Welcome back to another episode of Comet Tales. I'm very happy we have everyone coming to join us today. And if you're new, we can introduce our full cast. Let's start with Maris Aram.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. I'm Maris. I will be playing Lady Valentine in today's campaign. But outside of our little Comet Tales world, you can actually pop over onto my channel for comfy story time streams. We read books, we talk literature, and it's just a nice chill time. So stop on by if that's of any interest. But really just, happy to be here once again playing everyone's favorite overly posh gunslinger.
Wonderful, wonderful. Next up, we have Lily Faywood.
Hello, my name is Lily and I am playing Lyra, the Lamia Stars Druid. Outside of this lovely campaign, I am not really streaming myself, but I do some occasional art, both just like fan art of what I've been playing recently, as well as just general like transgender experience, all sorts of fun stuff like that. So on Twitter and Tumblr. So yay, that's what I do.
Absolutely wonderful as always. Up next, B.
Hi, I am still B, a peculiar little rabbit. You can find me on Twitch. I tend to just kind of scattershot variety streams, usually with focus on roguelikes, RPGs, digital artwork, and a whole bunch of other stuff if I'm my horny goblin cougar forum. It's a long story. Swing by to check it out sometime.
As you do, very, very iconic. And last and most certainly not least, we have Azura, the Azure Dragon.
Hi, my name is Azura. I play a variety of different games here and there out there while I'm streaming. Mostly just a comfy vibe for a good time. Currently playing a Gith Zerai by the name of Shala, who is going through her own little arc at the minute, with learning more about herself and whatnot. That's gonna be fun when we get around to that. But she is a soul knife rogue, so she has a very heavy lenience on her psionic abilities, which so far so good. I'm having a lot of fun with.
Very, very glad. And
I probably should have said that. I probably should have said my character, shouldn't I?
Yeah, sure. Let's make sure that we kind of gone through everyone just a little bit. We'll have the time to get into it a little bit later, but yeah, sure, why not?
I'm half space halfling, half orc, half ancestral vessel of a sun-devouring cosmic concept. And today, all afraid.
150% woman.
150% woman, absolutely. And me.
Shame because we left on such a high note last session too.
Of course, it always has to end on a high note. And we go straight back down. I am your host and dungeon master, Oliver Oswald. And as always, I'd like to give a special thanks to the individuals and the groups that made this stream possible. Special thank you to Borrowbound. Borrowbound for providing us their music. If you're looking for incredible music and even more gorgeous maps and settings, please feel free to check out their website. They even have some campaign modules if you're interested. Thank you to Kaylin. If you're interested in commissioning Kaylin for any art purposes, go ahead and check out Kaylin's VGen link to Frog Shop. That's their store. And very lastly, very, very special thank you to Vesper Fortune for helping us out as a lore consultant and introducing us to Distant Echoes. I hope this one works. Excellent. To Distant Echoes, who also assisted in making some of the music that we have, especially for anything that's very character specific. That is the type of thing that they actually specialize in. Super, super cool. And we're very, very appreciative of everyone. let's return to our adventure. Zuza, you feel your consciousness warm, yet you're still surrounded by darkness. You don't recall anything of the last few hours. Yet you feel the memories returning to you as you're enveloped in warmth. You find yourself back at the arena, witnessing the aftermath of Isolde's slaughter. You recall the all-consuming dread as you are enveloped in a darkness that turns the overstimulation of the arena's cheers into a deafening silence. You see nothing, not for your apparent forgotten sibling, of course. Any feeling of warmth in your body is replaced with an all-encompassing cold that practically drags you to the floor, curling up to maintain any spark of warmth. Isolde continues to approach, your gaze almost commanded to look onto them. The overwhelming darkness originates from their presence. They are the sun-devouring wolf personified. What you once perceived as an expression of sadistic joy, a thrill of the hunt that you had denied yourself time and time again, written upon Isolde's face, you see it now for what it's truly become. Disappointment. Spoiled victory. The silence is finally broken by a voice, one you can only recognize as deep speech, piercing so thoroughly as to carve words onto your very soul. How pathetic. I expected a wolf, not a whimpering pup. Perhaps your father might make me feel something as I rend through him. Tell me, dear sister, do you feel anything other than the weight of the universe? Or are you content to fade into mediocrity, just as all the others did? You would deny this flawed existence, its purpose, knowing that you have the causality to bring it to heel. For a moment, Isolde stops, a cracking in their connection to you. Their smile returns as they ease their control over you. Go. I have no desire to extinguish a dying candle. Show me a roaring flame. Then and only then will I seek you out again. You alone will give this universe its final thing. It isn't long after that Isolde suddenly vanishes and you are left alone in the dark, the cold pressing to your every limb, and you find yourself sitting, huddling, to stave off the feeling of the cold, more potent than that of the void of space. You are left alone. As for the rest of the party, they were seemingly teleported into an old rival ship, that of the Captain Foul Void, an Illithid enforcer from the Federation. The rival was forced to extend an olive branch and offer them a place in the Federation, having caught the eye of the Federation's infamous spy master, an individual who goes exclusively by C. The party members were offered pardons in exchange for their compliance. It seems the Federation has plans to begin a much bigger move on Star Chaser territory. Captain Thal Void himself was revealed to be a much more friendly individual than the party had expected. Signs of his life before Ceramorphosis are present all over his ship, fine tea set, portraits of various humanoid individuals. That Void pretended to be disgusted with the party's presence, yet the honorable and kind man deep within was still present, even if only for a moment. The crystal dragons were promptly dropped off at the Moondrop Tavern, run by Amber the Centaur. The group sent Zuza to rest and made some important purchases, and learned more about Victor Valentine when they noticed the sole other patron, a man identified as Michael by the rest of the party. While not paying him any mind at first, Charlotte was made aware of his presence at the arena. Now, fondly suspicious of his actions, she pulled aside the others to inform them that Michael may be spying on them. As Michael prepared to leave, Lyra noticed he had made a significant mistake and neglected to finish Amber's tarot reading. Brushing it off, he simply finished the reading and bid farewell to all present. Crystal Dragons had obtained Zuza and returned to the ship, remembering they had yet to search for the memory crystal Evan needed. Zuza was still incapacitated, and Thoktha was called to provide care to Zuza. He requested the party's permission to look into her condition, and here we return on the following morning. Zuza, You awaken, finally, in your own room. The darkness gone, yet the only person present with you at the moment is Thokta, watching over you while seemingly working with a vial of dark liquid. Not so fast, Captain. You hear his voice speak psionically into your mind. You are still injured. Let me help you. And he sort of reaches a few of his arms down to sort of hold at your shoulders and the other two to hold at your wrists and sort of gently raises you up. He's not particularly the strongest, so you still have to do some effort on your own, but he is able to at least help you up. How are you feeling?
Truthfully, I'm afraid that I was perhaps a few moments away from screaming my lungs out, had I not been interrupted before that.
See. Tell me, what were the symptoms that you were feeling? Can you describe the experience? If it is too much, please do not worry about it. But I am curious to see if there's any way that I might be of assistance.
More than anything, it was just an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I was paralyzed, much like a prey animal. I've felt something in my kinship that I've never felt before.
See.
And I fear deeply for what it may mean.
This individual, this Isolde, I had heard the others describe them as some form of humanoid, not quite like yourself. Tell me, your family, you were part half-orc, and I believed I missed what you had described yourself as otherwise.
Oh, well, other than the family aberrations, my father is by and large a kender. I believe this plains term for a halfling.
See. Interestingly, it seems that to have such an intimate connection, to have entered your mind so easily, there would need to be something of a direct relative to some degree. And given that your powers, as you have described them, are paternal, am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
That would imply that there's some connection from there, but it doesn't seem to match up what we're aware of. You wouldn't happen to know this individual from anywhere else, would you?
Should I make like a straight intelligence check or something? Like, is that something I might have actually recognized them from somewhere else, or?
You can go ahead and make a intelligence check to see if you remember anything.
12?
12. No, not quite. As far as your memory goes, you were something of... Well, you were part of a somewhat nuclear family, but as time went on, your siblings didn't quite survive some of the more harsher winters, and the wolf's blood is not necessarily the kindest gift to receive, but those that survive are known to be stronger for it. You are an evident sign of that. But as far as any other direct relatives, you don't necessarily know too many. There may have been some cousins far away that lived on separate continents of your home planet, performing different tasks in managing various governments. But as a whole, your family was sort of in charge and mostly the only one that was particularly potent in the blood.
Mm.
So it would seem that this is a sort of unknown individual who has come into play.
Certainly, my family has gotten perhaps a touch deluded by design, but I can't say that I recall them beyond what I've experienced today. But it seems like they are very much familiar with me.
Interesting. Okay. Well, in any case.
And he reaches two of his hands to hold yours and sort of cup it in his hand.
My instructions for you to rest. I understand that your co-captains are requiring you for something today, but if it were my suggestion, I would to rest. I know that it is never easy to simply just put off everything. In which case, eat heartily, conserve your energy whenever possible. It is very important that you get as much rest and don't overexert yourself as much as possible. We don't know how volatile you may be at the moment.
Volatile?
Your blood. Tell me, has it always had a sort of cold aspect to it?
Yes, I suppose so. It's something that's always been hungry in its own right.
In this case, we had attempted to draw some blood. I had received the consent of the other co-captains, of course, to experiment, look into you, see if I could perhaps find what might be wrong in particular. Perhaps it might be bloodborne or an inherent weakness, a flaw in your system that this individual was able to exploit and control you like that. But unfortunately, I couldn't find anything in particular, and your blood in particular was almost as though a virulent poison. It was, excuse me, that's not a proper word. It was potent, like a potion or solvent of some kind, able to freeze the very floor once a drop spilled from my needle.
Dear.
I believe you may have awakened some deeper powers of yours, but it may be best to rest first and find out what they are in a controlled environment rather than forcing them out in an unintended situation. Please, do take care. If you'll excuse me, I do need to go and see if I can run this to my lab. I will inform the others that you have awoken.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Doctor.
And before long, Faktha sort of walks out and gives kind of one last look, having packed up all of his equipment, and just gives you a very, very subtle nod and wishes you farewell before heading out and informing the others that you have awoken. I imagine everyone else at this point has arisen, and Evan has made them nice, wonderful, warm meal for the day.
Bless Evan.
Evan's too good to us.
Yes, I believe everyone gets a +8 to their temp HP after eating.
Dog.
All right.
Thank you, Eben, we say.
Thank you, Evan.
Thank you, Eben.
Thank you, Evan.
But Eben once again reminds the party at the breakfast table that they no longer have the requirement that they need to carry any gold on hand, provided they're in the same plane of existence as the ship's storage, and they can just sort of freely access the gold that is in the ship's cargo using their magic pockets that has been sewn into everyone's clothes. A bit of his artificer magics have worked here.
And we say thank you, Evan.
Thank you, Eben,
Thank you, Eben.
for fantasy Apple Pay. Thank you.
But yes, Eben, through Echo, informs the party that he has every intention of bringing the party as close to the pyramid as possible. And he is able to at least have some functionality with his magics, at least enough to pilot the Spelljammer, and is able to bring it over towards the underside in one of their lower loading docks, and is able to hold it there, but you still have the early morning to yourselves.
I was just gonna hop in and just say, well, is the food treating you all right, Zuza?
Zuza has completely forgotten to eat. Oh, yes, my apologies. I must have drifted off.
There's no need to apologize.
We're just
know
happy
that-
to see you up and about, frankly.
Well, I'm still rather troubled that you had to see the. Well, truth be told, I'm not entirely sure what you saw.
What makes you feel any better? Neither do we.
The only one to really be awake to witness anything was the three of you knocked out on the floor until, well, the situation resolved and we managed to make our own escape.
Mm.
You were the only one who stayed asleep for the entire day. It clearly left an effect on you.
Yes, I had something of a family reunion, I'm afraid to say.
Is this a
Oh, that-
normal greeting?
Far from it, but I hardly believed that I had this relative until just then.
A secret sibling?
Mm. Unfortunately.
How scandalous.
Given everyone's understanding of the blessing of the sun-devouring wolf, it seems that the more individuals that are born, the more the entity is sort of divided amongst those individuals. However, it's not guaranteed that every individual is going to be born with that sort of potency. It can bypass certain generations. It may be carried, but the more it's active, the more it's actually relevant. In this case, it seems that an individual who is very, very close to Zeus's family may have been born through a relationship of some kind and taken primarily a very, very strong aspect of this sun-devouring entity.
I think it's at that point also that you see her blanch further as she remembers specifically what Isolde mentioned of her father.
If you
Oh,
if you do not feel able to tell us what happened, that's all right. We're in no rush.
no, I should. I I fear, even given the rather tall tales that our adventures and our lives have taken us on already, that uh, it's only fair that if you decide to stick through this, that it's done with a full awareness of what it will entail. I spoke with Isolde, and I'm afraid that they are indeed somehow kin of mine. Worse, I'm afraid that they're also responsible for the recent imperiling and untimely demise of some of my family as well, loosening up the chains, so to speak. But I've been trained to handle my burden with a certain amount of grace and reservedness. I've never seen it handled with such unrelenting force. I couldn't do much of anything. Felt almost like I was being chided as a child. Disappointment more than anything. But I did hear them mention that they have designs to encounter my father in less than cordial circumstances.
Hmm. Then
Well.
it sounds like after the well, when we're done here, I think more immediate family matters take a little bit more priority, I suppose.
I was about to say, it seems our fathers have all been in need of rescuing recently.
Quite. Ashala, has your father figure also been thrown into grave danger?
I mean, I would hope not, but considering his antics, I would not be surprised if he's in trouble somewhere in the vastness of space.
Well, if he's in cahoots with my father, he might have landed himself in jail as well.
If he managed to get himself caught, that's kind of his own fault, in all honesty.
Oh, Zuza, that's a recent development. Mine and Lyra's father has been arrested by the Federation.
Oh, well, that's dreadful.
Yes, frightfully inconvenient.
I do worry about the sheer volume of things that must be done, and must be done quite quickly.
Well, thankfully the plan is to simply do a few errands, all in kind of one quick succession. You were not awake for one of those discussions, so I think it'd be best if we fill you in.
All right.
It's quite complicated, but essentially, you remember Captain Velvet, yes?
Oh, yes, of course. We never did have that tea.
Well,
that's the thing. We did have that tea.
I'm sorry.
we were on. Look, when everything was going down yesterday, Captain Velvet kind of, well, I guess almost kidnapped us and threatened us with arrest. But
Again,
yes, we were kind of caught with our pants down. Well, proverbial pants down. I don't really wear pants. And he informed us of our father's current situation, and said that if we helped him get one of their operatives out of deep undercover, seemingly at this upcoming Casino Royale event, then we would be able to be in a good position with the Federation. And
Full pardons.
full pardons, yes.
oh, that would be rather nice. I do hope they don't still believe that we were the direct cause of that entire planetoid being annihilated.
Well, late stage capitalism aside, there's definitely, they can blame whatever they want. But yes, so seemingly at this Casino Royale event, we will be having a lot to do in order to satisfy many customers. I don't mean to put any additional pressure on you, but seems that we have quite high stakes today.
Granted, two of those conditions can be met by simply achieving one thing, which is to simply appease the dear the casino owner and meet her goals, which upon that she'll give us the gem in question. The only complicated thing about the matter is that the agent that's currently working within said casino, that she wants us to financially drain, is who we believe quite possibly the one Captain Velvet requires.
Oh, well, that seems actually rather fortuitous. After all, if we're simply able to give them no other option, but perhaps to acquiesce to our requests, then perhaps we could simply request that they accompany us for some unnamed assistance as an alternative to paying off the crippling debt that we will inflict upon them.
Well, Captain Velvet also never brought up the need for him to not be, or them to not be financially drained before returning.
Quite so. Although, keeping in mind that is the working theory so far, we haven't exactly confirmed this yet. For all we know, they may not even be related to the agent in question we're meant to be finding for what's her name? Who owns the casino? I can't. Sorry,
Finia.
Yeah.
I believe so.
We have confirmed, though, at the very least, whomst exactly this operative is, yes?
Mostly.
Mostly?
We don't have a specific identity either.
I believe we were told that they were gifts.
Or had relations relating to the gift. We're still working on what exactly, but we're going to try and at least attempt to keep our eyes and ears open on that regard when we do go in.
Is there some manner of password, perhaps?
The hint that you had received, at least through your investigations, is that the only type of individual who would be willing to work with the Gith would be someone who is particularly bold and adventurous, someone who is unafraid of potentially being cut down by Gith, because they are very, very known for caring only about their deal and not necessarily about the interests of their related parties. Though there are many, many exceptions, at least in deep space, where you guys are sort of on the border of, it is a very tangible risk.
Why do I have this sneaking fear that it's going to be that blonde buffoon we worked with before?
I do believe he's actually going to be at the casino, if I recall correct, right?
Oh dear, so he is a possibility.
Yes.
That might make it easy.
He certainly would fit the description.
Bold
shall see.
and frightfully, courageously dumb. So that does fit.
Yes,
our
I'm
sort
glad
of,
we didn't entangle ourselves any further. Can you imagine how ridiculous it would have been if one of us had gotten involved with him?
Valentine just blinking very quickly.
Well, I mean, Valentine, you did know him probably the best out of any of us.
Well, I knew certain parts of him very intimately.
Well, he did teach you how to captain, at least his style.
He did seem quite fond of you.
Oh,
Well.
dear.
Yes. Anyway, why don't we say that if he is on our list of suspects, I could use my own particular advantages to try to sidle that information out of him?
Of course, you may very well try to while away some information with your wiles. And honestly, he seems like the sort of frightfully foolish man that if you were to just go on spouting about some secret conspiracy that we were a part of, I doubt anyone would even believe him.
That is very true.
Well, at the very least, if your interactions with him do give us at least a way to either confirm or deny he's involved in this, all the better.
Agreed.
Did we, I'm trying to recall, did we, get like a floor plan for the casino to work with, so we knew where exactly we needed to go?
Yes, you actually had gotten a floor plan for the first floor, and as well as a bit of the security office. But other than the those two floors, the vault is territory that you were not given any information of, short of maybe some of the vents to find your way around and using the security elevators, the service elevators. So you at least know the path that you are expected to take. However, the individual little steps in between and individual pathways may be a little bit more confusing, but surely there are ways of figuring it out.
If I remember correctly, because it's been a hot minute.
Yes.
Since we discussed the plan. Where the Weaver wants us to get like the like gem kind of thing.
Yes, the psionic memory
Yes.
crystal.
And that's potentially also what this informant wants.
Yes,
Well,
that's
between
correct.
those two,
And potentially what Eben needs.
It's a different one than that. They're
Okay.
similar in nature. It's sort of like a different forms of quartz. But they serve different purposes.
Gotcha.
Okay, I was about to say, damn, we're gonna have to choose between like 3 factions. Who to please?
I will say though, if it comes down to between the good Captain Velvet and the Weaver, I, for one, am in favor of allowing the Weaver to drain it of whatever information it contains and then give the remaining vessel to Captain Velvet, none the wiser.
Do you think that'd be satisfactory for him?
Perhaps not, but did he specify the data upon the crystal or merely the crystal?
Wait, Velvet wants the crystal now?
I think the operative was like looking for it.
The operative specifically was, yes.
Yeah.
To clarify, the operative, the Githyanki informant, is attempting to receive this crystal, so that way they can give it to their Githyanki leaders or individuals that they're working on. The Weaver, however, wants it so that they are able to take it to the rift and purify the crystal and use it as an ingredient in purifying their dried condition.
Well, I don't see why, after that, they would need it, per se.
Well, I mean, all things considered, if I were to choose who to piss off, I would probably choose Velvet in a way.
Oh,
I don't
yes.
think our relationship with him is exactly resolved, considering what we did to him last time.
Right, and there's something of an appeal to the strange arc of relationships from cutthroat enemies to rivals to bamboozler and bamboozled to perhaps a fling. Who knows? Look, I've just had a near-death
fling?
experience. I've just had a near-death experience, and I'm still yet to particularly engage in my hunger, which apparently is going to be something that will consume not just me, but a great deal of the world around me if I am not able to deal with Isolde.
Well, goodness, between you and Lyra, there's not going to be much of a world left for the rest of us.
Not exactly happy about that, though I suppose neither is Zuza. Either way, I have to imagine being on the Weaver's good side, they would be all for helping us get
Yes,
our
and
father back.
I was just about to say, they do have some good insider knowledge about our father, so I imagine if anyone were to help him bust out of a Federation prison, it'd probably be them.
That's exactly. So during this, we're not very good at heists, but this is a heist.
I thought the last one went rather well. None of
Don't
us died
say.
or were captured.
I mean, none of us
Did
were...
it go well? According to whom? It's quite
Well,
successful.
Off in the distance, Eben's eyes just sort of flicker off as if to be embarrassed.
Look, it's a
it's not-
simple issue of communication. I'm sure now, once we have access to things such as sending stones, we'll be able to more directly coordinate.
Just to be clear, yes, we got in and out with the package that we were aiming for, but we did have to kill people on the way out, which, at least in like the sort of pictures that I've seen, that would be considered a heist gone wrong.
We were
Mm.
successful.
We were successful. I cannot take that away from you.
Yes, I suppose I've never seen, I don't know, the likes of Star Ocean's 11 have something go quite that sideways. Granted.
It'll be at this point as well that after cleaning up her plate, after leaving the table, from the kitchen, she also you in your mind you do like hear piping up. Regarding the sending stones, we do have at least this as a temporary replacement.
That is very helpful. This only goes to you, correct? And then you relay the information?
Let's see. Let me just make sure. You to send and receive a message, no required.
Yes, I believe it's sort of a one-way communication that sort of branches out from Ashala using
Yes.
these psychic whispers. However, for the sake of convenience, I'm going to say that everyone is interconnected.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Woo!
Essentially, I'm a relay.
Can you please
We're
pass
all
on this
lining
note?
into our fantasy Slack. Uh,
Okay, that was good.
God damn it. Little PTSD from Slack.
sorry to have given you such emotional discord.
Well, Valentine, I do believe that you had volunteered to be our games master. Are you still
I
feeling?
believe I did. I mean, of our entourage, I feel the most confident and competent in a gentleman's game of poker. So I'll just be the femme fatale of the evening.
You did say that you were not too bad at the game yourself.
Not too bad. Granted, gentlemen do have this obnoxious habit of just letting me win, but I will do my utmost.
Well, if it comes to a game of deception, then I'm obviously not your girl. But I would be happy to assist in any other ways. We could. I don't know if this is against the rules, but there are ways that I can help in these situations.
Well, the rules were that cheating is not strictly disallowed as long as
You don't get caught.
Just don't get caught.
precisely, yes.
Well, at the very least,
I
Well-
can certainly try and smooth any feathers or produce other distractions if need be. I've been told I'm rather persuasive.
Yeah, while everybody here probably works on that, I will definitely need to study the floor plan and most likely the patrol routes and other inconvenient details that I'm sure I would be more than happy to deal with.
What did you end up picking up in regards to supplies for tomorrow?
Well,
It's today. The mission is today, right?
Yes, it is. It is later in the day.
Right, lost time. Right.
mhm.
What was picked up then?
Well, one quick little thing I got for myself, just to see if it would actually be useful to blending in and hopefully evading detection, was a glamorous set of armor.
Ooh.
as she will from probably the mess hall or like the whatever the kitchen is, she'll step out in like casual attire and an apron after helping
Ooh.
herself to more food.
Out of character, do we have any bags of holding?
Eben is currently holding onto the bag of holding.
All right, because there was a very stupid idea that I have been thinking about basically since I saw the heritage feature. As mechanically a Hampir, I do have deathless nature, so I don't need to breathe.
It is true, yes, you could technically go inside of the bag of holding.
So do you
Oh.
really want to go into a endless void after getting out of an endless void of a coma?
Well, that's something for future Zusa to have to reckon with if this is the case. All I'm saying is I think it a very entertaining visual. But this is merely a whim, ultimately. If tactically having a Zusa in a bag is not particularly valuable, I cede my time.
Azura, you just said that a Shala just came out wearing like a completely different outfit.
Yes. Probably like something on the lines of casual clothes, so probably like some shorts, a tight top, and probably just an apron. Why?
Just- Why?
Why do you ask?
Oh, do we have a disguise kit?
I have a disguise kit still,
that-
which I could help you three with, depending on what you want to do with it.
Oh,
Well, frankly,
I
I
was
think-
just thinking to aid in it, so that way you might perhaps look like different people rather than one person who has very unfortunately been given quite a few jobs in the casino.
That's understandable. Hmm.
How often can you change your appearance like that? It seems awfully handy.
It's specifically the clothing, and it can be whatever I want. However, this only applies to my clothing, not my person. So this will basically be me needing to essentially still go around unseen primarily, but if I need to go through a space that does require me to be seen, I am at least not going to draw suspicion.
Oh,
You know, it occurs to me that there must be, if not some manner of security checkpoint, perhaps some sort of form of identification that might expedite some of the scrutiny. Perhaps we might be able to find one of those on some of the security personnel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to go out there and say it as we discuss all sorts of deception. That you do not want me anywhere near any sort of deceptive activity. So,
Lyra quite literally cannot lie to save her life.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Okay. If
I'm
we're
willing to
all
help elsewhere.
if we're all settled in with our plans,
So roll by roll, I guess, just for my own clarity's sake, Ashala seems to be the primary, like cat burglar of this plan. Valentine is the primary gambler.
Show stealer.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything in particular that Zuza and Lyra should be focusing on?
you recall, Finia had described that she was actually interested because she doesn't know who the informant is herself. She was insisting that the two of you, or whoever's left, goes and investigates, and on the sort of guest floor is going to go and investigate and find out who it may be by looking into their rooms. However, you're going to need to kind of act in between any of the walking patrols. So you can move, just be sure that you're quick about it.
I feel like that should be Zuza because you can talk your way out of it if something goes wrong.
Oh, yeah, I'm certainly down to try. I was going to suggest Lyra because you can turn into a spider and probably get through like cracks and doors and be less noticeable.
I can only do that twice, though.
Oh, well, I mean, you don't have to turn back into a human when you're in the room, do you? Well, not human, Naga. But
Well,
it's human.
it depends. It's not very flexible, is my thought.
Fair. Well, if I
shall
don't
play
really have
sports.
the ability to lockpick. So as long as the rooms aren't locked, I can try to harmlessly bumble my way through.
Why don't you both go together? Lyra can be the failsafe.
Hmm.
Not a bad idea.
There's also the potential of serving as distractions while other individuals are attempting to perform different tasks.
Oh, I can certainly do that, yes.
We can be distractions.
I'm very good at distracting. That's how we got into this trouble with Velvet in the first place.
All right. So we will be flex people.
Alright.
Okay, and in that case, you are all prepared and you set out towards the casino. Still a bit early, but it's good to sort of scope out the competition and kind of get a feel for the layout as you're going through it. Doesn't take long for the party to walk their way through the underside and arrive directly at Finia's Grand Pyramid. Entering in through the first floor, it seems that Finia has already been waiting for everyone. Ah, welcome, welcome. Took you all a bit long enough, but I suppose arriving a bit less than on time, or a bit early, is still fine. Everyone else has...
Just fashionably late, darling.
Well, everyone else has actually already arrived, and it's actually a bit before everything is going on, but that gives enough time for me to quickly run through everything. So, shall we? And she gestures for everyone to follow her along into the sort of large central elevator in the center of the room.
Right.
As everyone enters, you arrive in an absolutely massive shopping space. This is the second floor, which additionally has some degrees of residential districts. I don't know why that's hidden now. There we go. It is in this location that some of these rooms, the ones that are on the outskirts of this ring here, these are individual rooms of some of the people who are playing in the games. These are the primary suspects that Finia has given you floor plans to. She hasn't clarified which room is which and whose is whose, but one of these rooms will have some identifying evidence that will reveal who is actually the primary suspect. This room in particular, off in the corner, is Finia's office. This is where you are intended to go and apprehend, well, intervene where the guard change is occurring, and to steal the lockbox key to access the deeper vaults on the third floor. Speaking of, Finia gestures you back into the elevator after sort of showing you around. This is the vault floor. Two of Finia's better guards are on stand here, guarding what seems to be a very, very massive vault door. as opposed to what everything else might be beyond the vault, it's impossible to tell, but the floors are an absolutely glowing gold. A large mural is present behind the elevator, and you can see behind the sort of glass container that wraps the elevator around. You can't quite tell what the mural is, but it seems to depict a sort of snake of some kind that is curling around in a ball. Not quite an Ouroboros, but sort of in a similar vein of that. This is where your individual who is going to go through, having been through security and disabling the vault security door, is going to enter through the vents and end up on the other side of the vault and either unlock the door for everyone else to come running in or continue on their own and determine which lockbox is the correct one. However, you're going to need the lockbox key to unlock the proper location where everything is going to be hidden.
And we can only get that from presumably one of the guards.
Yes, the lead guard is going to have a shift change right before the tournament begins.
And that
Sure.
was the place at her office?
Yes, in her office.
Okay.
Up next is the 4th floor. It's a very, very quick passageway through. A bit
hey,
of spoilers.
Ashala.
Whoops. Ashala is intended to sort of enter through after they have secured the key and perhaps even found out who the spy is, to take the service elevator and end up on the other side of this security door. There are other passageways around the vaults that will lead to different sections of the security rooms. The main room of interest is either, there's multiple ways of going about it, but perhaps the power for the entire casino is locked behind this door. And far off beyond this security door here is Finia's actual quarters and the actual security office. So it's a more risky move, but it will draw a lot less suspicion. There are other places of interest here, but perhaps it may be best not to explore them. Or if you're looking to perhaps get some additional items, not that Finia would mind any missing items, you would find them around here. Finally, on the top floor, you will all arrive to a wide variety of guests. Before you, just go ahead and stepping out, you see what appears to be a large table that is where the actual tournament is going to be held. You see a very more identifiable Gold Cloak member. They seem to be the actual house individual. Directly next to them, you see a familiar blue-skinned, black-haired tiefling, Nova, your former ally from the Solar Winds. Across the table from them is an individual who you have not met before, a strange masked woman. Is this image not working?
A little.
Unfortunate.
I would say I see the Fire Emblem NPC.
Okay, on my end it's not.
And it,
My apologies.
well, like on the map. You said it's this
The
person.
token, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, it's going to be on site. I have figured out what my distraction
see.
is going to be.
There we go. An unknown pirate captain. She seems to be a very, very prominent individual. If you check the handout now, it should be working. Not far off, 2 seats away, is your beloved Alexander the Swift, the Brave, the Mighty, and so many other titles. Far off in the distance, playing at a slot machine, seems to be a very almost frustrated Corva Corval, your old rival. A little bit over towards one of the bars, you see your good friend Grova, who you didn't expect to be here.
I'm here to protect my investment.
Oh, well, you know, I had a little bit extra in my paycheck, so I figured I may as well enter. Just a little bit.
I'm so glad he has spending money now.
Yeah. He deserves it.
We really did get him to land in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
In
He's
the
a criminal.
opposite side, you see Michael, the individual who you had encountered at the bar last night. However, when introduced, Benia introduces Michael as Randall Pendragon specifically. So there is a bit of discordancy here. The masked woman is identified as Cordelia, a sort of lower end pirate captain, but still one of some influence in the underside. Clearly wealthy enough to participate in the tournament. Randall seems to be very interested in Valentine, sort of staring and almost waiting for Valentine to walk over. There is some time, so the rest of the party is free to go and explore any of the other floors. Obviously not the vault or the security floor, but
It was worth a shot.
as far as the shopping district and to go begin the heist in earnest, that is available to you.
Okay.
In the far south, there are also other individuals who are participating in different games of different sorts. But nothing quite as high stakes as the game that you are going to be participating in.
So, our lovely, mysterious Star Watcher has been introduced as Randall, which is different.
Yes.
And since Lyra already was kind of sus of this guy from not completing the tarot check in order to tail them some more, is going to would probably want to go over and talk to him. Or talk to them, I should say.
Fair enough. Before you do, I am going to, because I don't know how long it's actually been, and I want to make sure we have this tether on us all. I am going to make sure that I renew the psychic whispers so we can all still talk. This will require me to use a die this time, but I just need to roll it right quick. And this one will last for 2 hours.
Okay. Hopefully that'll be enough. You said that the walls of the elevator were glass, yes?
Yes, they're glass, but they're fairly well decorated, very neoclassical in design.
Did it look like there was much clearance in the elevator shaft around the elevator car itself?
It is a very, very tight fit. At least in this elevator in particular. That was why Finia, in the sort of explanation, described utilizing the service elevator to get around, at least for the individual who's going to be sneaking through.
Mm-hmm. All right. I mean, if we're just looking around, getting an eye on everyone, I am definitely gonna need to quickly roll one of these. Okay. I have the frame of mind not to immediately pop off the second I see that backstabbing two-timing thief.
That son of a bitch. That. How did she get off of the plane?
We
the
don't
ship?
know.
As far as you recall, as you were getting ready to leave, and you had run away off of the ship and back onto your own, the whole ship had turned on and then began to fly away. So it would appear that she was savvy enough to have turned the ship on entirely and pilot it on her own to get it out of the situation. Keep in mind, though, she probably brought those creatures somewhere else.
Yeah. clever girl. I mean, I would definitely want to try and get the attention of one of the employees here just to quickly ask. I fear I've been a little faint as of late and may need a space to retire to for rest. But could you perhaps, for the sake of my approval, would it be possible to see one of the unoccupied rooms you have here?
The guards on this floor are very stone-walled and stone-faced, and the ones that you ask just sort of seem to gesture towards the second floor, possibly to suggest to head out in that direction. As you go and ask this individual, you actually see Fania walk over. Oh, don't quite bother talking to them. They're not the talkative sort. They prefer to speak in other means. That way, none of our potential listeners will know exactly what they're trying to say.
I ask in sign common like this.
They do, in fact, recognize what you are speaking. However, they don't necessarily respond to it directly. They seem to have their own form of communication and gestures.
Well, I'm glad that it's a very inclusive setup where they have disability allocations.
These individuals, the Gold Cloaks, are very, very well known among the fleet for being jack of all trade agents. They serve as soldiers, they serve as spies, they can understand multiple languages, they are constantly listening to every conversation that anyone is having, and they are very, very well trained as thieves, and specifically in any case of fighting, they are very, very powerful with their potent poisons that they use and daggers that you're not really aware of. At least that's been their specialty. Lyra, you were walking over towards Randall, or Michael as you remember him.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, well,
Can't
it's...
be running into you here, Michael.
Ah, well, it's always fun to be heard in an unfamiliar name, but yes, it is nice to meet you again. I don't believe I ever caught your name.
You didn't. Just the end of that statement.
I have this feeling that you in fact know my name, given circumstances be as they may.
This could be the case, though I wouldn't necessarily presume anyone's name, not without them telling me, at least directly.
My name is Lyra.
He
Does that
reaches
match what you were looking for?
he reaches his hand out very politely. Randall, a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Randall. And you prefer that to Michael?
In this space, I would say it's a more fitting name.
So, why is it that we find you coming to the random bar that we frequent upstairs, and then also at the stadium as well, and now here? You know, ladies don't like to be followed.
Randall is sitting with his tarot deck and is seemingly shifting through cards, shifting it around, sorting the deck in different ways, and pulls one card and goes, "It's fate. Things are never so simple as to introduce one person in one place. If it's fate to meet more than once, as it would seem is the case here, consider it fortune of some kind. Tell me, which of you is going to be participating in the game today?
Well, that would be my sister.
Would you be able to bring your sister over to me for just a quick moment? There's something I'd like to discuss with them in particular.
Insight check.
I don't know about this.
Go ahead.
Oh, we should probably be out of the elevator by now, I guess.
Yes, you're free to roam around the room.
Well, pow. A natural 20 for a total of
Let's
28.
go.
Natural
Oh.
20.
Don't touch
All
my
right,
sister.
give me his backstory.
You're starting to believe that this individual may not even be named Randall either.
The fiend.
And it is very obvious that he wasn't necessarily there to just for any random reason. He was there with intention, and he is here now with intention. However, what that intention may be to speak with Valentine directly, it's clear that he was intending to speak with Valentine previously, but didn't quite get the opportunity and wasn't going to impose if he didn't need to. It's urgent, but not so urgent as for him to make a scene. You don't get the intention that he is outwardly hostile, but you do know that he is very much so not going to reveal his hand that he is holding on his own.
Hmm.
You
Well.
get the feeling, however, that he is an incredibly, incredibly difficult individual to read. And the fact that you were able to get any information out of him as a whole is just based off of perhaps just a very solid understanding of Terra. You sort of clocked him earlier and you have that familiarity with him.
I can get you my sister. And then she'll kind of turn around to look at Valentine. Oh, Valentine. It seems that we have a person that wishes to speak with you.
Ew, is that so?
Don't believe they're a secret admirer or anything, but
Oh, well.
sorry to disappoint. I know you do love secret admirers.
Ooh, is this the card gentleman?
It is indeed. He happens to be here as well, after also being in the stadium as well as the bar.
How awfully convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he's requesting me specifically, it would be rude to refuse. Did he mention this should be a private conversation?
Not yet, and I'd like to keep it until requested, as
Good.
the both of us.
Good. Right then. And she'll approach him and kind of sit across from him. Move my little token over there. I understand you wish to speak with me.
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I haven't quite caught your name, but you may call me Randall.
Randall it is, and I feel like if you wish to speak with me, you already know who I am, but if you need another introduction, it's Valentine. Valentine von der Heist.
Miss Von der Heist, charmed.
And he
Likewise.
very politely holds out a hand to shake.
She'll give him a surprisingly firm handshake.
He has very, very nice skin, and he probably wasn't expecting that much of a handshake, and you sort of see a sort of twinge on his face as he seems to be keeping his composure as best he can, but you definitely did catch him off guard. Consider me a friend of one of our mutual friends. I'm here to ask how much experience you have with cards.
Oh, well, I have frequented the table on occasion. through various events that, my father has hosted. I wouldn't go so far as to say you'd ever catch me at a gambler's den, though, but I fancy myself relatively good at the game. Or at least lying my way through it.
I see. Well, in this case, this is something of a meeting of those who are considered the best in the field. If you are unfamiliar with some of the tricks of the trade, we have, he sort of looks around for a sec, about an hour for any of the games to formally begin. Tell me, what sort of tricks do you have to ensure that you stay on top here?
Valentine's taken aback by this question. And she was like, I take it by the phrasing question that, skill, brains, and feminine wiles won't be enough to win.
Maybe not, but it would seem that things have been arranged in your favor. In fact, you're seated at the optimal position. I'm certain this is by design of some sort. But, should you need, and then he pulls out his tarot deck and then sets the container for it directly next to it, and then covers it over with his big flowy sleeves. His tarot deck disappears, and instead is a very, very ornate golden deck of playing cards, which he promptly slides over in your direction, sort of keeping his arm, his flowy sleeve, covering over it. This is for you.
Ooh, that's a delightful little trick, Randall. Am I supposed to assume that by you gifting me this, you are tilting the odds in my favor?
It is a shame that I may end up losing a significant amount of funds today, but if it is by design, consider me a friend at the table.
You will not be playing, then?
Oh, don't worry, I will in fact be playing. But I unfortunately will also be at the table, and there is only so much I can do while attempting to keep my own position. These, and he gestures to the cards, should you want to swap the cards in particular, this would be your opportunity to do so. Though you will need to be careful.
You would intentionally lose to boost my chances of winning.
I did say that there were people interested in seeing you succeed.
More so than you?
Consider me someone who is sent here intentionally to lose.
And you are willing to just throw away, how much was the entry fee? 50,000 gold?
The 100,000, but let's not count coins now.
Is
I
this
am
something
counting
that
it.
insight nat 20 would carry over to?
I would say that yes, for the sake of the conversation, it continues.
Mhm.
So
Given
he's being sincere.
he is in fact sincere.
Ooh.
It is almost very, very strongly implied that he is the agent of the Weaver that was sent to perform some assistance for you, and also to help you in navigating in the future should you need any assistance. But for now, he is just here to increase the odds a little bit more in your favor.
Can't
I'm
remember the
uncertain
name
how
of the
quick-
foundation.
I'm sorry, forgive me. I didn't mean to speak over you. One more time.
Oh no, I was saying something out of character, so please go ahead.
Ah, I see, not a problem. I don't know how quick of a learner you are, but if you are interested in learning how to count cards, I can show you a bit very quickly.
I wouldn't oppose to an expert's instruction.
You get a very, very quick rudimentary run through of it. It's not enough where it's going to be something that you can just do inherently. And you get the feeling that Randall is able to sort of just do it on his own without even thinking very hard on it. But at least you are able to, if you concentrate, you'll be able to focus in on it. So you'll be making a wisdom check if you need to do that. If you want to swap out cards, you'll have to do a sleight of hand. I believe, actually, that I will be sitting directly next to you. Not quite a space for sharing secrets, especially with so many prying ears, but I will let you know when situations may be in your favor if you should need some assistance. Do you have any way that you'd like to obtain my attention? Any gestures that you think may be relevant in your experience?
Yes. Why don't... And she'll remove her glasses, her little glasses, give them a little... and pop them back onto her face. The stress of the games, it just hinders my vision, you see.
Excellent. And he sort of reaches his hand towards his chin and takes a single finger and just sort of twirls his bangs coming over the front of his face. Should you need some confirmations, my left hand will imply yes. My right hand, on the opposite side, will imply no. Such a shame to have such long hair, but I suppose it's wonderful when you need it.
The player is writing this down so I don't forget.
I'll just tell you directly. You don't have to actually know the
Okay,
cues.
cool.
Left
Now-
or right, Max?
Yeah, left or right. Now, my question is this, Mr. Randall. It seems that should you have the intention to win, I would not be able to successfully compete against you. I recognize when there's a skill greater than my own at the table. Why is it that you have been chosen to lose instead of me?
I can play quite the competitive game of cards. In a situation where, perhaps in a particular hand, you may not win, I may still be there as a sort of failsafe.
See, so long as either one of us remains standing.
Indeed.
I see.
Valentine, you know, I don't generally watch you play against Papa very often, but do you have practice in, well, flipping cards away and such?
Well, it's all starting to come together in hindsight. Papa did, in fact, teach me how to cheat to win. And I always thought it was an all in good fun, a good jest, but now knowing what we know about the man, it all seems to be adding up.
Out of character, I'm partially asking you if you have sleight of hand proficiency.
I do.
Okay.
Ashala, would you like to play one of the slot machines?
I think while we're idling, yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
Take that
What
bank, girl.
do we have here? You are currently on a game. You get to decide in advance if you believe that the result of the slots are going to be even or odd. Go ahead and decide even or odd, and then roll a d20 after putting in These are higher end slots, so they're 100 gold each for entry.
Mm-hmm. I got 100 spare, so why not? I'm going to guess odd.
Okay.
Oof.
Unfortunately, it eats your money away. But it
Okay.
does show a lot of pretty lights, and you start to understand why people might find this sort of thing appealing.
That is fair.
Let's go gambling.
Oh, dang it.
Aw, dang it.
You notice also that there is a higher end bet where you're able to put in 500 gold and guess specifically on a number. Should you be interested in coming back and trying more later, the option is there for you.
Maybe when I'm not like thinking about how the hell I'm gonna be getting around for the heist, perhaps. I think my job, if I'm remembering correctly, was to get to the security wing. Was it?
Yes, you're going to assist the others on the second floor in obtaining the key from the guard. You're probably going to have to incapacitate him. Then you're going to need to travel to find out potentially who the informant may be. You can either split up or you can do it together, whichever you may find easiest. Then you're going to take the service elevator, which is one of the separate rooms that isn't hidden, up to the security floor. You're going to, through the security floor, you're going to, through one of a few ways, you'll be able to go in and distract individuals in a way that will allow you to disable the security system of the vault on the third floor. There's a couple ways you can do it. Most of them will be fairly apparent once you get into any particular room. Then afterwards, while everyone is sort of causing a commotion and allowing you to sort of go through unscathed, you'll find your way down to the vaults and either unlock the door for everyone else to come and meet you on the inside of the vault, or you can go in by yourself if you believe that you can find all the necessary items on the opposite side of the door. But you have no idea what the inside of the vault room looks like.
Gotcha. Okay, but I do know where I need to go first.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, can I retcon one small thing?
Let's hear it.
I would like to have brought with me a pair of fake spectacles.
Pair of fake spectacles. Do you happen to have a pair of fake spectacles? You have a disguise kit. Am I wrong on that?
I do.
You would say that you
I mean,
have a
if
pair
there's
of fake spectacles.
and those, I'm happy to borrow them.
We can say
I
that you
just-
borrow those.
Yeah, I just want to establish now that she's kind of like blinking like she's bleary-eyed and slides those on. I'm saying this up now so that way, if need be, I can Mr. Magoo my way around later
This is
by
a
pretending
surprise
to
thing
have
for later.
lost my glasses.
Gotcha.
My glasses! I can't see without my glasses.
Okay. I don't know how you intend to use it, but I am always surprised. We can say that you, since you entered, you sort of had the glasses on hand, and you were sort of pretending as though they've been a recent thing. Benia kind of gives you a look like I don't know what you're doing, but I know you don't wear glasses, but I'm not going to say anything because you're doing this for me.
Mm-hmm.
Before long, Fania actually heads over towards the group. Well, it would seem that everyone has started to gather around the table. Randall, tell me, would you be willing to draw a single card for me? I'm curious as to what my future may hold. a single tarot card wouldn't be too much of a difficulty. I believe I can pull something for you. And drawing a single card, he seems a bit taken aback for a moment and just looks up at her. She seems to already know what the card is. The world. Interesting. Do you have any intention of telling me what this reading is in relation to? To fortune. That's all. And she proceeds to head off to sort of go and observe. So you get the feeling that she may not be sticking around for too long. Randall turns towards Valentine. Shall we go and take our places? I believe you'll be sitting over there.
Perfect. And DM, for clarification, those cards that I took from him, those are the ones that I will be swapping out whenever I want.
Yes, if you want to swap out a card, or it's, what we're going to have you do is we're going to have everyone take a turn, and then you're going to take your turn in the game. And we're going to do like a sort of round of gambling. And should you need or want to, the option for you to cheat in one of a few different ways is at your discretion.
Okie dokie.
Before one moment, and Lyra will also call over Ashala just to get kind of a last minute group huddle.
No.
Okay. So just to get this out of the way and just try to like move us out of like at least the earshot of the guards.
Oh yeah.
Going-
yeah.
going
It looks
to-
like there's some down by the billiards table, maybe.
Yeah. But so touching both Valentine and Ashala is going to cast.
Oh,
at
is
third
Valentine
level.
supposed to be down here?
Yeah, well, it's fine. She's up there.
Okay.
She can hear the conversation anyway using psionic messages.
So just going to cast Enhance Ability Dex on the both of them. So any Dex checks they make will be at advantage for the next hour.
Nice.
So
Very cool.
you are much better at this than I am. Do your things.
Thank you, darling. And to everyone else, don't get caught.
Certainly try not to.
Valentine, as you head back towards the table, you actually go and pass by Alexander, and Alexander seems particularly more nervous than you've seen him in the past.
God
Well,
Valentine.
Captain Alexander,
It's an
the brave,
absolute
the
pleasure to
bold,
see
the
you.
magnificent. What a
Well,
pleasure it is.
You
Slay
remembered.
my
How wonderful.
mind. Oh, play my mind. I didn't think I'd see you again like this.
Yes, it turns out that my good friends, the Vanga crew, they actually had a bit of an issue, and my ship, the Bronzewing 2, it recently exploded, and the Banga crew may be lost in space. I, however, am planning to purchase a new ship, though I'm currently on debt, and I would hope that you are willing to strike a deal with your good friend here.
Oh, Captain. Well, perhaps, should Lady Luck be on your side tonight, we might be able to figure something out. But unfortunately, I think you'll find I'm a very competitive woman, and I hate to lose.
I see. Well, I would expect nothing less from you. Yes,
She'll
you're a
get-
good game.
As she walks by him, she'll do one of those moves where her fingers traces over his shoulder, gives him a little wink, and sits down across from him.
Oh, you stinker.
Roll a charisma check as you touch him, actually.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, a Christmas save. My apologies.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
That's a 6.
Not 20, looking longingly.
We'll say, given your familiarity with him, it would be with advantage.
Heck,
Um,
that's a nat 20 then.
That is a nat 20. As you go and brush your hand across him, you get an odd sensation, one that you don't necessarily understand. But for some reason you're feeling lucky, and you can't tell why.
He's cheating.
You don't know how, but you have a feeling that he is cheating in some way or another.
Gotcha.
And you go and you take your seat. Let's have everyone roll for initiative.
Okay.
And let the heist begin.
Oh boy.
And just to make sure, like, did we agree that I would probably go solo, or would several of us go down to the second floor first?
I believe everyone's going to the second floor first.
Yeah. Okay.
What a time to be rolling a dirty 21.
Just a question. Initiative checks or dex checks?
Oh,
Yes, I would say that Valentine can roll with advantage, and who else did you also give it to?
Shala.
I mean, I will not say no. However, I think I'll take the 9.
Yeah!
I got another 21.
Oh my god.
It was worth a shot.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right.
That down. Because we're going to be flipping through different screens, I have to actually manually do all of the numbers checking. Should there be a situation where Valentine will need to engage in anything, Valentine will act at the top of the turn, at least in terms of communication.
Mhm.
So, let us begin. Everyone else is going to head down to the second floor. Valentine is not present currently.
An after image.
But you end up on the first floor with a significant number of merchant stalls and glowing shop fronts and cyberpunk signs just filling up the entire hall with light. There are plenty of rooms to check, but you know where you are intended to go first. It seems that there are 2 guards through the south and north entrances to the main merchant square. But fortunately, they seem to be on a rotating path, so you will have plenty of an opportunity to perform any opportunities you need to sort of investigate or sneak into a particular room of any kind. We're going to start with Zuza.
Okay, so this is the first floor with all of the storefronts and the merchants and all that you were saying.
Yes, it's the merchants are the inner square here.
Mm-hmm.
And anything that's outside these rooms in particular that are darkened are individual hotel rooms. They go on beyond the walls, but anything you might particularly be looking for would likely be in these rooms. You know that Phineas' office is this corner office. That is the only room that you're at least very much aware of, but you know
Right.
which rooms are the rooms of the participants, so you don't end up going into some random person's room and getting in trouble.
Let me just make a note here for myself. Neo's office. Okay. All right. However, I am kind of supposed to be looking around in other people's rooms, I feel like.
You have the freedom to do a couple of things.
I think I'll stick with the initial plan for now, just to get a sense of like how these rooms are secured, to ask one of the guards if it would be possible to show me the what one of the rooms looks like, so I might decide if I could have my fainting parlor there.
Okay. You can walk up to the guard on the north or the south.
Let's go with the north.
And as you ask the guard if they can show you one of the rooms, they sort of reach and tap something on their skull-like helmet with 2 taps. And as you notice across from the glass elevator, the other guard stops in position. The guard seems to gesture sort of back in the opposite direction towards one of the other rooms, seemingly implying that there probably won't be anyone in there at the moment. However, they might want to sort of walk with you to make sure that you don't intend to do anything nefarious in the room.
Oh, of course. By all means.
And for now, they seem to be walking along with you and giving you a tour. It seems that their general path is going around the long way, so it may take a bit for you to get back with the rest of them.
All right. So,
Would you like to do anything else?
do you like working here?
They sort of don't necessarily give you any gestures or influences to know in particular.
I'll try common sign language again.
Well, they understand common. It's just that they don't necessarily refer back in any particular way. In this case, because you had asked them something more direct, they did have a more formal response. At least it's something that's relevant towards the hotel. But in this case, they don't seem to necessarily have an answer for you.
All right.
Seemingly, if you get the understanding of their attitude, go ahead and make an insight check.
Okay. Come on. Ooh, nat 24.
Their outward appearance suggests a job is a job. However, this in particular is something that they do have something of an enjoyment of. Maybe not because of the benefits, but just because of the brute efficiency that they have in performing it.
So there's a sense of satisfaction even with all of the discipline.
Yes, exactly.
All right. I think just to see like if there's any reaction to it, I sort of word for word repeat what I read, like, oh, well, yes, I understand. It must be quite challenging and demanding work, but certainly you've done an excellent job here, and I do hope you find some form of pride in that.
In this case, now it is the turn of the gold cloaks who are going to move. For the sake of you walking with them, you get to also move along with this gold cloak as they are sort of escorting you.
Okay. Whee!
And up next, Valentine, unfortunately, you're taking your turn at the very end. So don't worry, we haven't forgotten you. Lyra, you're up next.
Okay, so just seeing that we've essentially just grabbed one of the guards' attention, I think Lyra would be like, oh, well, obviously I should try and grab the other guard's attention so that way Ashala can get into the office unimpeded. So I think she would probably move to, like, I guess I would probably have to use dash action to like get over there in time. But going to just. Oh, I guess I should measure this. So like. So just get around this corner, and then call out to the guard. Just like, excuse me, I have a few questions if you don't mind.
The guard just sort of turns and then, much like you witness with Zuza, they sort of reach and then they double tap their headpiece. And they sort of wait there for you. They don't seem to advance any further.
Well, I don't have any more movement, so this is where I am. This is where I'll stay.
Okay.
But I'll relay to Ashala mentally, at least that I have this one's attention.
Okay.
Very good. We're gonna take the rest of you off the board here.
We're dead.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. Valentine, go ahead and roll me a 1d12.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna start all your turns by rolling a 1d12.
That's a 6.
This is a 6.
Nice. Middle of the road. Hopefully.
The cards are very, very swiftly passed out. There seems to be not a single hesitation. You can barely even believe the speed at which the house is able to deal out cards. Do you imagine being something of a trained assassin would make being able to move swiftly something of their advantage?
Sorry, I just have to double check. Does Groba have the money to enter 100,000 gold tournaments?
So you can enter with less money.
Oh no.
He just shows up with his pittance of a salary. Like,
We
got a
cannot
bonus.
allow this poor man to go bankrupt. He'll break his frog kneecaps.
So of your actions, you can kind of just wait to see what everyone else does. You can raise the amount of money. The maximum you can get is 12. Or you can, if you don't think your hand is very good, you can surrender your hand.
how do I judge the quality of my hand at this moment?
You are entirely middle of the road. The best you can get is 12.
I see. Out of the D12. Okay, so in that
Yes.
case, I will bide my time, and I will see what happens around. I make a move.
Randall also will do the same. Alexander will seemingly do the same as well. Groba seemingly has a very strange expression on his face holding his set of cards. And is going to raise by an additional 1,000. The masked woman, seeing this, is also going to match and meet him. And Corva is just going to kind of sit there for a moment, a bit uncertain of what to do. Seemingly a little bit frustrated, but will still continue. Nova will match. In the following round, you have your option of reading. The first card drawn is an 8.
Okay.
So you can match or you can fold here. Or go higher if you'd like.
I will match.
Okay. You are matching. Randall is likely going to fold here. Alexander will continue. Groba will continue. The masked woman is going to hesitate for a moment before ultimately continuing. Corva is going to fold as well. And Nova is actually going to raise an additional 1,000. And it is the third and final round of betting. The house pulls a 9. We have a 6, 8, and 9.
Ooh. I just need a 7, right?
Yes.
I'll be a little ballsy and I will raise.
You raise. Okay, so you're bringing it to 4 in total. Randall is already out. Alexander, seeing this, is going to drop here. Grova is going to match you.
Oh, Grova, stop it!
The Grova is seeming a little bit sweaty for a frog.
Oh, that's just the venom, don't worry. Oh, poison.
Let me make sure right here. A lot of numbers here. Okay. And then 2. Match here. Okay. The Vast Woman is going to drop here. Corva is already out. And Nova is going to match. Everyone flips up their cards. And it is between Grova and Nova, who seem to have exactly matching hands.
Dang.
And it would seem that Nova wins the hand, unfortunately. When they draw an additional card.
Poor Grova.
We bring ourselves back to the rest of the heist. At the top of the round, we're gonna go with... Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I skip Ashala?
I think so.
I'm so sorry. Please go ahead, Ashala.
That's okay. Let's see. I'm going to, of course, as a, I'm assuming, like, telepathically speaking, I will ask Lyra to let me know when the god's thinking about moving, or, like, looking like they're about to. Before, I want to say how much movement do I have? Hold on, let me check. 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to probably say dash, so then once I get there, I will move around here. 1, 2, 3. And also as a bonus action, so I want to just quickly check to see if there's any indications of like surveillance security or anything like that.
As you head out into the hallway, go ahead and make a perception check.
Let's go. Oof, that's a low roll. You know what? I think it might be in my best interest to add a psionic energy to this, so I will roll a d8.
Okay.
Because I need to be aware right now. No. Okay.
Given what you can see, there's a lot of glowing lights, and a lot of the advertisements that are displaying in the hallway, all these glowing signs in the middle, are a little bit distracting. But as far as you can tell, you can't notice any cameras that are up high. However, the thing that you do notice is that all of these doors have a specific key code, or key card kind of system. Fortunately, however, you actually did learn from Scathe how to bypass these in case you needed to onboard on any Federation vessels, which are very, very known for utilizing these systems. It just may be a little bit more difficult because you might be a little bit rusty. But you think you have an idea of how to open them up.
Gotcha. Okay. With my remaining movement, I'm going to start moving around here. 1, 4, 5, 6. And for a moment, just kind of lean up against the wall to try and, like, at least look casual.
Okay.
And I guess I'll Well, actually, I guess before that, I suppose could I make like a stealth check, or would that be like a?
We could say you can make a stealth check. There doesn't seem to be anyone else out in the hallway at the moment.
Okay, I'm just thinking maybe like what would be the best way to like maybe use all the glowing lights and stuff to be the main distraction kind of deal. So I'll roll advantage because I'm doing a dexterity skill check thanks to the enhanced ability. Probably I'll roll a lot better. It should be okay.
18.
Yeah.
So as you sort of don your cloak, keeping in mind to try and blend in with all of the glowing lights, you don almost something like a screen as your cloak, and it gives off sort of the colors of an advertisement. So you seem to just blend in with a lot of the light of all the neon glowing colors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're gonna go back. If that's the end of your turn, we'll go back up to the top.
Yeah, just like probably like there, and that'll be it.
Okay, go back up to the top for Zuza. You are currently walking with your gold cloak in particular. You seem to also be gesturing towards the room ahead of you, as if that's another alternative, if you were interested in checking that one out.
Oh, if it's multiple interior designs, would it... I'm so sorry, but would it be too much of a trouble to see both? With obviously your supervision, I don't want to be suspected of going about nicking every bit of hotel ephemera that isn't nailed down.
They sort of tilt their head at the end of the last statement, but it seems to be fine given that they're you're under their watchful eye, and they agree. You can use your full movement. Let's see where you can end up right at the door, and given that you're being escorted, you can be walked right into this room.
All right. Is there anything special about how the doors are opened?
As you sort of watch the gold cloak prepare the door, they very quickly sort of gesture their cloak over themselves, and very quickly you hear the typing of a very, very long code, seemingly like an access code where if they don't have a key card, they can just get in, and the door opens. In this room, you seem a fairly well-kept room. Not really anything too much to see. There are a few papers, but the gold cloak sort of steps in and doesn't really let you get too close to anything that might be of anyone's possession. Get a good eye of the room. You don't necessarily understand whose room this might be. It's too hard to tell from any of the decorations, and there's nothing to imply it would be anyone's room in particular.
Right, I
Whoever
imagine
this is,
many
it's
of
very
these will look very similar. Oh,
Perhaps.
Goodness. You must have very excellent housekeeping. I could hardly believe that this was a room currently in use. Goodness, did they make their own bed? It's a queen mattress. That must be very difficult to do with just one.
They give something of a shrug, seemingly unsure. It's likely, though, that the individual who actually is staying in this room for the given amount of time is actually the one that's keeping it this well maintained.
Splendid indeed. I run a finger down the wall to check for dust. This is truly impeccable. I must say, though, I am a touch worried. If this is, in fact, more the doings of the guest, while I have absolutely no doubts as to your hotel's quality, I must be sure, if it's not too much trouble, to check with other rooms as well. I just have very specific allergens that I must be wary of.
They sort of give an affirming nod, and then begin walking somewhat briskly in the southernmost direction, sort of leading you along.
All right.
They're leading. There we go. That brings us to Lyra. It is your turn. You are approaching your guard, who is seemingly a bit ahead of you, but they have stopped to talk to you.
God, Lyra's so bad at lying.
Then don't just use technical truths.
Oh god, I had something in mind, but I think it's a lie. So we'll see.
What is it out of character? Maybe we can workshop.
No. I'm okay. She is terrible at speaking in general, so whatever happens. And so she'll just be like, I'm afraid I need to find my way to the lavatory. So, but I believe I was told it was upstairs, but I'm not quite sure. Is it this way? And then starts to move towards the direction that Zuza is sort of like walking to.
They sort of raise a hand like to stop, and they like shake their hand like no, not that way. And they sort of gesture like towards in between any of the big ornate golden pillars. That any of those particular directions will seemingly lead you towards something. And as you sort of approach, they kind of like point up towards like signs that suggest different directions. Towards different ones. So it would be a bit overwhelming.
I was going to suggest falling over, but then I realized you don't have legs.
I just.
I tripped on my own tail.
I mean, look, with some of the roles we've seen in this game, I think that's something we're all capable of.
She's just gonna kind of walk up and attempt to lay a hand on this guard's shoulder and say, "You are such a peach. I appreciate you more than anything," and is going to kind of going to awkwardly make sure to walk in front of them very slowly.
I see.
Trying to take what she's learned from Valentine.
That is exactly what I'm channeling.
Go ahead.
I'm just a sensitive snake over here. Would you mind escorting me? There's some really unsavory people here.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Yeah, that's not technically a lie.
It's not a lie.
I have proficiency in this. So.
Canonically, I guess this means that, yes, you do only go to the bathroom in groups with your sister at home.
Here's the question. I have a feature which gives me disadvantage on all deception checks, but it also gives me advantage on persuasion checks to convince another creature that I'm speaking the truth. I don't know if I'm doing that, but I just wanted to ask.
Well, you don't necessarily. Does Lara have to use the restroom, or is she attempting to?
She's probably pissing herself trying to think of what she's gonna say. So maybe.
I mean,
For that one, because you're not necessarily telling the truth, or you're not lying, and it is probably a bit difficult for Lyra to use the restroom, and knowing where to actually go to accommodate a Lamia would be a bit difficult. So we're gonna say it's a neutral roll.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
yeah, I just realized, like, you have the body of a large creature, basically.
Yeah,
You've got, like, a 14-foot long tail. You need specialty toilets.
So, we'll see how this goes. That's a 20, dirty.
That's 20.
That's fantastic.
Show me your best bathroom right
Yeah,
now.
As you can see,
Waiter,
I'm quite
another
the large
bathroom,
woman.
please.
They
No,
seem
I
to be
think-
pointing towards the one that they believe is the closest, while also in the direction that they are intending to direct you to. We're gonna call it difficult terrain because you're walking slowly in front of them, so they're only gonna get to move 15 feet while leading you. So,
Honestly, perfect.
so that's as far as they're going to be able to get. Though
This-
they
this
seem
is
to
the
be as
best
best
you
they
can
can,
come up with.
ushering you in a very like let's go. I do have to move somewhere else.
Are you sure that I cannot convince such a big, strong man to help me with this?
You can't quite tell the gender actually of the gold cloak.
Oh, was that incorrect? I apologize.
It wasn't
Is
a.
Lyra committed enough to
in
leave a little
character, in
snail
character.
trail?
We'll say that you would know from the start that they're the gold cloaks are particularly notable for being a faceless private army. That you are not supposed to be able to determine anything by looking at a gold cloak.
I think she's just following the internal script
Yeah.
that Valentine would have used.
They don't seem to be bothered by it in any particular way. They just kind of just like gestured like no, like go on. It's the bathroom is there for you to interact with should you need it.
You might have to fake a bathroom emergency.
Alright.
I hate to suggest this, but are you committed enough to have Lyra make a snail trail on the way?
Oh, that's horrible.
Because then they would have to get the janitorial staff, and that would be a whole ordeal.
In all of your druid spells, can you make water appear?
Ooh.
But their attention is diverted there directly. I don't know if you have anything else you'd like to do. In any case, Ashala, start planning on what you want to do next.
Yeah, I mean, if they're looking at me still, like
Yeah,
making
they're
sure that
very
I
focused
walk
on you.
away,
Yeah.
then I think that's probably enough to give Ashala the opening necessary to go for it this turn.
Hopefully.
Let's see. I can get there normally, so that's fine. That
Okay.
gives me like my full movement to get there.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna. That's the best we can do.
Yep. Okay. So, I am going to give it like a cursory look, just see like if it's any different compared to any of the other terminals. Like, if there's like extra stuff to it, considering it's the. Well, I mean, it's the office, I suppose.
This one seems to, unlike the one that you had, or the two that you had passed by on the way here, this one in particular seems to be of a higher grade. Looking over the keypad, just for all of the usual hints that you would have ordinarily used with Scathe, you would have just kind of looked at the fingerprints on the keypad and determined which one might have been the numbers that you use and just sort of process of elimination it. But in this particular case, it seems like the code is so long it uses every single number on the keypad.
Oh.
Okay.
You do know the actual intended way of bypassing it by attempting to feed a dagger very quickly through the keycard pass while manipulating some of the wires. It's almost similar to unlocking a door, so you could just sleight of hand it if you feel the need to go that way, or you could try and intuit the numbers inside.
I feel like trying to bypass it would probably be the only way realistically. Otherwise we'll be here all day, and I don't think Lyra can distract them long enough.
I think that's all I
she's
got.
some
she's
time.
got to go to the bathroom. We're on a time crunch.
Unfortunately, there is more that she can do.
I just don't know if I have the strength to do it.
So yeah, I will in fact take I will give it an attempt to sleight of hand this.
Okay, go ahead and roll sleight of hand with advantage.
I should do so. And I'm going to also probably Psionics this if it's not high enough. So let's find out. Just to be on the safe side, 2 can make the difference. Because you never know. Because if
Never
it's a
know.
higher grade, I'm gonna Psionics it just to be on the safe side. And I'm gonna roll a d8. Well, that's a 30, so I'm definitely getting it.
Yeah.
So as you
Hell
go
yeah.
as you go to unlock this keypad, it's been a minute, and you're kind of trying to wiggle your psionic dagger through it, and it's not going off. It's not even giving off like a negative feedback to show that you're not getting it correctly, and you're very, very confused by that fact. And it almost is something of like a frustrating point when finally you kind of just and you just jiggle it really hard by giving it an extra little psionic oomph, and it unlocks with no problem. The door slides open.
Ooh, I'm glad I did that. Then it sounded like it wouldn't have gone through.
And before you is something of a incredibly violent scene. It would appear that you are not the only Githyanki who has interest in getting into this office.
Oh no!
Well, I'm currently stealthing at the minute, so but then again, the door did open, so.
Because you bypassed it in that manner, and you were stealthing, the manner in which you are known to open doors just sort of unlocks the door. So you sort of just slide the door open a peek just to look in. And since you're not at the door necessarily, like inside the door, you just kind of peek in through the door.
Right.
None of the individuals seem to notice you. However, as you are looking in, the Gold Cloak commander seems to be dead. Very, very dead. As well as seemingly a very, very high-level Githyanki knight is standing there, and they are speaking to a projection of a Githyanki man. He is a somewhat significantly larger size than any of the other individuals in the room, standing at almost 7 to 8 feet tall, and you're uncertain if that's intentional because of the projection or he's just simply that tall.
Gotcha.
And they seem to be arguing. There is a dead Githyanki, a underling of the leader, seemingly, dead on the floor opposite the flowing fountain, and blood is beginning to pool. To say that they probably made a mistake on their own stealth mission would be an understatement.
Got you.
They're talking in Gith, and the only words that you can really seem to make out are still Revrikal, which is something about an underling or an ally servant. So someone who's lesser but still part of their group. You get the feeling that they're looking for someone or something, and they're seemingly rifling through the Gold Cloak's equipment as you speak.
Okay, so they're not paying attention to the door right now.
You've only cracked it open a little bit to peek in.
Okay. So scene. I can only take a moment to consider this. But I think just as a cursory glance looking at this one, does he look particularly wounded or?
He seems almost unharmed.
Ooh, that'll be a tough fight then. And what about her? Or this one, I should say.
That is the knight. They seemingly haven't taken a scratch.
That's gonna be a tough fight then. Let me take a moment to consider this.
Valentine, go ahead and roll me a d12.
You got it.
I think I can take him. I don't have any healing, do I? Oof. This would be a tough fight.
Did we have any healing potions that we could have theoretically been spreading around?
I haven't been keeping track of everyone's inventory. Whatever potions you have, we'll say for the sake of distributing that items may have been handed around, though I do recall that people tended to keep items, healing potions away from Lyra, because Lyra can already inherently heal. And so on the off chance that Lyra goes down, that's why everyone else has the potions.
I mean, frankly, if you start a scuffle, it's going to get the attention of the guards, who would presumably help you in your endeavor, so...
Like, I'm torn between, on the one hand, if they don't know that that commander is dead and you're able to avoid the notice of those gifts, being able to, like, have the uniform of a commanding officer could be huge.
Ooh, true.
Especially since it's one that covers the face as well. On the other hand, well, that of course means that you would have to keep those guys active and around. On the other hand, if you do let them know, that would almost guarantee the remaining guards on this floor would be focusing in on there. And that could be a very choice distraction, but you would lose the element of being able to disguise as the commander.
Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking...
You're still able to disguise as a gold cloak. You've seen a few of them. You might just need to sit down with one for a little bit longer just to kind of get the full attention.
Yeah, but I don't know the mannerisms in which they communicate, so that would be a dead giveaway. I think I have an idea. It will put them on red alert, because, you know, of course, something's happened in there. But I'm gonna telepathically tell Lyra to let the guard continue her patrol. And I'm going to just like subtly close the door again, like ever so slightly.
Oh, what if you leave it partially ajar though?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking about doing. Is move over here, like somewhere. I want to say somewhere within range. Because I got there for a normal movement, so I'm just gonna quote dash or sneak over here. Then I'm going to cast my invisible mage hand.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have it on the door. I'm gonna have it nearby the door, ready to pull it open ajar when the guard starts getting closer.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Because then it'll give Zuza the chance to go rifling through other rooms while the guard's dealing with them.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to unlock the doors, but...
If need be, I can come around and deal with
but,
that at the moment.
Like, if they're going to have that kind of distraction, it might be better to let you take advantage of it elsewhere.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's gonna be my plan.
Okay. Going back to the top floor,
I'll also inform Zuza as well.
Okay.
That's what we're gonna do.
Got it. Okay, so Valentine, you draw a very, very good set of cards.
Yeah.
And the following round goes through. You have your chance to raise, or to fold, or to just be neutral.
I think she's gonna raise right out the gate.
Okay. Randall will see this and will raise with you.
Interesting.
Alexander is going to see this and meet. Prova is going to drop out here. Masked Woman is also going to drop out. Corva is seemingly also going to drop out. Nova is going to match everyone else. It is back to your turn.
I will bide my time this round.
Okay.
I want to pay particular close attention to Alexander this game.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a insight check on Alexander.
It's a 25.
25.
Yeah. Read him for filth.
As you see the dealer kind of dish you out cards really, really fast, you seem to have noticed the smallest mistake, and you're almost certain that it couldn't be something intentional based on just sheerly how fast it was and how you learned about counting cards from Randall. But it seems like the individual actually gave Alexander 2 cards by accident, as if the cards were stuck together.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems to have taken note of it.
I see.
Randall is going to continue up with you. Or stay neutral with you. Alexander is going to sort of give a look towards Nova, not really paying too much attention to you, and is going to raise by 1 more. Grova is out, Masked Woman is out, Corva is out, Nova is going to continue to match. It is the final round, and it is the cards drawn are a 3 and a 2, along with your 10.
So I can give a signal to Randall if
Yes,
I
you can.
want information.
Yes.
What can I sort of divine from him? So
You can sort of point, you can sort of imply a general direction, and Randall will attempt to read it, and
Yeah,
he
so-
can answer yes or no's, or if you're looking for something more insightful, you may have to give him something of a different sign, and he'll try to have to improvise and see if he can discern what you're implying.
So right now we're each holding on to 1 card, and there's 2 cards on the table. Is that correct?
Yes, there's 2 cards on the dealer's end, and you all have 1 card. So Alexander
Okay.
is holding on to 2, and he's sort of keeping those cards pressed together.
Cool. So what she's gonna do is she'll, flip her card up very gently off the table as if she's like looking at it and pondering, take off her glasses, pretend to clean it, and as she's putting her glasses back on her face, she's going to very subtly have 2 fingers up as she's putting her glasses back onto her face, and then giving a little look over in Alexander's direction.
Go ahead and roll an insight check on Randall, who is going to give you the sign that you're familiar with for yes.
Okay. That's another 25.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
He gives you the sign for yes, sort of looks at his card, and then gives you the sign for no, meaning likely he doesn't have anything that's going to challenge you or what you might have.
Okay.
And he's just kind of trying to see if he can pull one over on everyone right now.
Okay. But as far as like Alexander having an extra card, there's really nothing to be done about that.
Oh, I mean, you could just be like, hey, I see that you have 2 cards, asshole. I caught you.
But would that be poor sportsmanship if everyone's cheating? You don't
Well,
want
I
to be
mean,
you don't want to be the first to narc.
you could make it sound like it's just an accidental thing. Like, I'm terribly sorry. Do you have an extra card somehow? What a terrible mistake.
So just like as an inherent thing of strategy here, if the game is to not be caught cheating when everyone is cheating, if you're the person who is able to reveal that someone is cheating first, you're likely going to have a lot of eyes on you because that means that you might be more aware of how others might be cheating.
Exactly.
So that will also prevent you from cheating going forward.
Exactly. So that's why I don't want to like immediately call it out. Like, teacher, he's got 2 cards.
And no one else is up there right now who can take that narc status for you.
I think knowing he's cheating and he just raised, which would imply whatever second card he has, that's a pretty good one. I have a 10. The cards on the table are a 3,
3 and a
what?
2. 3 and a 2.
And a 2.
Could you also sleight of hand to like?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a
Get a
2 and a
better-
1. It doesn't change for you.
2 and a 1.
Like, I guess you could sleight of hand to get a better hand yourself.
That's kind of what I'm contemplating right now. I think I might, because I have a high card, but that doesn't do me a lot of good if it doesn't go with the corresponding cards. So
It's provided. So the way that this game works is that it's the rules are the order of the way that it works is highest cards is like the one of the higher ends. Above that is having matching higher cards with the house. And at the very, very top is having the highest number of cards in an order.
I see.
So if you have like a 12 and the house has a 10 and 11, that is a guaranteed winning card.
Gotcha. So the fact that it's a 1 and a 2, my odds are still pretty good right now.
Yeah, your odds are pretty high.
Okay. In that case, is this the second round? This is the second round, right?
Yeah,
Not
this is the
final
second round. Yeah.
All right, cool. I will match him then.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. This is in fact the final round. Because you have the opportunity to. It's not where it's like it goes around in a standard cards where if you see someone raise, it goes back around a second time. It goes through 3 times, and then whoever has raised or has dropped out by that point, you kind of have the advantage because you go the least amount of times to raise.
I see.
So you stand
So
the least opportunity to run out of money.
Okay. In that case, I want to call his. It may not be a bluff, but I just sort of want to give him an inclination that I'm kind of onto him, but like I want only him to notice it. So what I'm gonna do for this final round is I will raise and look particularly at him and look at his hand, look back at him, and give him just a little wink.
You can also raise more than just 1,000, so every round is like 1,000. So you can raise more if you just extra, be like, I know what you have.
Yeah, we'll be ballsy. Why not? Let's do like a 2K.
Okay. He sort of gives you a look and doesn't seem to pick up what you're putting down.
Bless his heart, he's too dumb.
Randall is naturally going to drop out at this point. Alexander doesn't seem certain what to do, so he's going to match you. And Groba is already out. Masswoman is out. Korva is out. And Nova, uncertain of what's going on, given that everyone is raising, is going to make an insight check.
On who?
Towards your direction.
Okay.
So would Valentine need to make a deception check, or?
Yes, you can make a deception check.
Which I can do with advantage, correct? Because of Lyra? Or
Deception's charisma.
It's only the dexterity checks.
Oh,
unfortunately.
oh. Okay.
So for like sleight of hand.
Ha! That's a 5.
Oh, but then that's actually probably good for you in this case. Hold on.
That's true, 'cause
let's see how this plays out.
Because if my intention was to clock that I know he's cheating and someone else reads that, then that's pretty okay.
Nova kind of hesitates for a moment before calling. And then just gives a glance towards Alexander and goes, "Hey, how many cards do you have there?" Alexander picks up his cards and goes, "Whatever do you mean?" And one of the cards like tilts just a little bit, and he goes,
Oh, honey.
"Oh, what an odd situation. I certainly didn't have anything. You see, my hands have been above the table the whole time. I defer to your judgment." And then the whole table just kind of turns towards to the gold cloak dealer, and they give like a hand going across their throat kind of thing, not like kill this guy, but like a no go. And then Alexander kind of just goes, "Ugh," and just shoves all his coins in because he's being forced to drop out.
Oh, buddy.
Hell yeah.
And Nova is uncertain of what to do, so she is going to match. Everyone flips up cards, and Nova had an 11.
That's okay. I got a player off the table.
He's not necessarily out yet, but he is out for this round at the very least.
I see.
Nova is on a hot streak currently. Going up next, we're going back to the second floor. Zuza, you have just heard what Ashal has relayed to you, and you are taking the guard all the way up around to explore the next set of rooms, but you're hoping that you can maybe see if you can get some distractions.
Okay. So, let's see. I mean, it seems like the guard that's currently closest to Lyra will be the one most likely to notice the door ploy. I mean, I guess I may as well just try to keep looking, see if any of these rooms have a hint of something that might be a thing. And I think at this point, Zuza would kind of just try to casually run a hand through her hair because, of course, there is a bat in her belfry. And having a second set of eyes would be helpful here, since Zotz gives her a better bonus to perception.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess just to see if I can clock anything in the rooms.
So currently these rooms you're not necessarily passing by, and they seem to be not interested in opening up these rooms. You imagine that there probably is some other individual. You are passing by the market. If you are going in a particular direction, you're heading southwards. So you likely will reach this southern room, but it doesn't seem that the gold cloak is trying to get you into that room.
Okay.
Although you have almost caught up to Lyra and the other guard.
I mean, assuming that the guard from down the hall, once their attention isn't being taken by Lyra, I mean, if they're, well, I guess the captain wasn't as good as they thought they were, but assuming that at least some of them are, trained to notice things as a guard is wont to, I think that might be an ideal place to be. That way, the guard I'm with can see the reaction to the guard Lyra's with when Ashala's lure goes off.
Okay. In that case, the other guard is going to look towards Lyra, who would be going afterwards, but they're just making sure that you're okay. And just sort of hanging out just a little bit. And just kind of glancing up and down the hallway, just still doing their job, but still just like, keeping an eye on you, as hospitality is a part of their tasks.
Oh,
Oh, I think I'll be alright. Please be on your way.
we really must tip well after this.
They give something of a nod and very hastily begin to move.
And, trying to think if there's anything I could do to get him more aware. But I think it seems like he's making his distance well enough to the door, so that's okay.
I guess I could have held an action to be like, oh, that's strange. They seem to be in rather hurry.
They have sort of forced positions where they're supposed to be, so you imagine that they're just trying to catch up to where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
But they are actually approaching the door now, Ashala.
If I see them book it, I'll probably at least intend to stop
Fine.
what I was doing and go up here just to be closer, just in case. Okay?
Yes, it's still it would be your turn next after the guard.
Yeah.
It's just this is where the ready action would kick in
I see.
for Ashala if you want to do it now, or if you'd rather wait.
I would just do it now.
I do it now, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the whole point was to. So I think the door is just gonna suddenly jut open ever so slightly, and yeah.
As the door whooshes open, the guard kind of, almost no hesitation, jumps back as if expecting an ambush, hands going to their sides as if preparing to draw daggers, and immediately they notice that there is Githyanki inside Fenia's office. They can't seem to move any further, especially as they also took their reaction to jump back. But their weapons are drawn, and they are seemingly hyper-focused in that direction. And using their action, they're going to double tap on their helmet, and the guard next to Zuza is going to also double tap their helmet. And then is going to give you a look and sort of give a very polite bow, like, I apologize, I have something I have to handle.
That's quite all right. Please take care of your business first.
And is going to use their reaction to begin moving. At very, very big haste. Ashala, Lyra, it is now your turn.
So I probably see this man sprinting toward, or this person, I should say, this person sprinting towards me. And
Yes, you would see this one sprinting in your
I
general.
think I can take that as a cue that they have seen what just happened, or they know what just happened. And so I'm going to do what I was going to do and just sort of make my way up here, seeing the guard over there bounce back. I'm gonna continue to kind of just be kind of hidden, but definitely just be relaxing against the wall, pseudo, and then just kind of waiting to see how this plays out because we do not want to seem like we are the ones setting them up for this.
Would you like to make a stealth check?
Sure. I'm very okay at this. It's a 15.
Okay. So you kind of just take cover around the wall, and rather than being an actual like stealthy where you're trying to sort of disappear into your surroundings, you are actually blending into your surroundings by being sort of like a nonchalant person, just looking at like different like screens and just kind of hanging around. You're loitering in a way.
Yeah.
So you're seemingly blending into a crowd. If there were a crowd, it seems to be very quiet currently because everyone's probably down on the game.
Right.
Ashala, you use your ready action from the previous turn, which means you now have your full turn now. What would you like to do?
I'm going to like, in the moment, look to like to feign like ignorance of the matter, and kind of like look shocked as the guard suddenly jumps back and looks startled, and then looks at the door, looks at the guard, and kind of give the oh, and just like starts like moving away.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think while everything's being sorted up over here, I think I can come over to where Zuza is. 1, 2, 6, and I think just to get to Zuza quickly to deal with the situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Yeah, just to see if we can get to. Yeah, actually, I'll move there. Actually, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yep. You get your diagonals in.
Yeah, and that'll be my turn.
Go ahead and give me a roll, Valentine.
Okie dokie. That's a 12.
That is a 12.
Ooh,
That's a winning number right there.
let's go.
Okay, so you have your option of raising or staying the same.
She's gonna play it cool. She won't raise. She'll just bide her time.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling.
Randall
Can't
is
stop winning.
going to see this and is going to raise. Alexander is going to see this and sort of grumble a little bit under his breath and is also going to match it. Grova doesn't seem to necessarily understand what's going on, so he's going to raise.
Oh, honey, your paycheck.
The masked woman is going to raise, or to meet. Corva is going to seem a bit bothered, but she's going to stay the same. And Nova will also match. It is back to you.
I will raise.
You will raise to 3. Okay. Randall is going to kind of give you a look, and it doesn't seem like anything that he has done based on the personality, so it seems like he's just kind of playing it up for the audience, for everyone else, and is going to match along. Alexander is going to be staring at this, and is going to agree with everyone else. Grova, still seemingly not quite understanding what's going on, is going to match.
Oh, but no.
No.
Gropa, why are you here?
The masked woman is also going to match. Grova is going to drop out and sort of just throw her cards across the table, just very frustrated, clearly.
Good.
Nova is sweating bullets currently, and is going to be doing an insight check on Alexander again.
You can't read him if nothing's there.
Yeah.
It's the perfect strategy.
Dang, she's rolling good on her insights, though.
Yeah, but she's focused on Alexander, so that's fine.
She's giving him a very, very long look. before dropping out.
Interesting.
It is back to you, Valentine. This is the final round.
I'm gonna raise again.
Okay.
Well, hang on. What are the two cards? What are the other cards?
Oh yeah, sorry. It's a 3 and a 3.
Cool. I'm raising again.
Okay. Raised by 1 extra, so it'll be 2. Randall is going to sigh here and drop out. Alexander is going to see this and is going to match along with you. Grova is having so much fun at just like taking and playing with the chips because he didn't really get to do that last round, so he's going to put in another set of chips.
Oh my god, Grova.
Last woman is going to sort of just watch and is going to drop out this round. Corva is out and Nova is already out. Everyone draws their cards. Grova is at a loss. And is out of money from the table and has to get up and leave.
No.
Oh, there goes the lunch money for the month.
Lunch money? Honey, you just spent like 6,000 gold.
I'll see you all. I'll see you all later, I guess.
And he heads into the elevator and leaves.
It's not easy being green.
Not easy being broke.
You are matching cards with Alexander. Go ahead and roll one more time.
A d12.
Yes, a d12.
11.
Oh,
Ooh.
could be better. Could be better than what he rolls.
Yes.
Alexander does not succeed, and you win the current round.
Hell yeah.
Excellent.
Is he still doing the 2-card thing?
You won't be able to tell that, but if you do see the rolls, they are meant to imply that he is doing something. He's always doing something. That is the only hint I'm going to give you, because there's no way for me to realistically hide that unless I had physical dice in front of me and I put my dice away because Caitlin is asleep.
No, you're fine. I had to ask for curiosity.
Yes.
Stupid.
Characters wouldn't know that, and nobody here would ever metagame. Of course. Up next is Zusa. You are currently at a door. The guards are very quickly getting away from you.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't really have a passcode or a dagger that I could use to try and get into a room anyway, so since it seems like that fun little discovery of the murder might have changed our plans a little bit, I think I'll probably... I guess I should try and start heading towards Ashala? I'm honestly not totally sure.
We are telepathically linked, so you can ask.
Yes, you can
what I'm
communicate.
doing.
Yes, well, is there anything I should be trying to look about? Is there someplace I should be? Seems like things may have changed a touch.
Yeah, Captain got murdered. Where are you? You're still on the other side, right?
Oh yes, I think I may be able to hear you coming around the corner.
Okay, and then, in my turn I will, but just stand ready. I'll be there with you shortly.
All right. Is there anything in particular I should be ready for?
Are you near a room that you want to inspect?
Oh, I suppose so.
Because I'm assuming the rooms we want to inspect are the empty ones. I'm assuming, like
Yes,
ones?
the rooms that have the black outlines are the ones that you want to investigate. The center one is just the market, so don't worry about that too much.
Okay.
Cool, so,
Oh yes, there is a door over here.
Okay, I'll unlock it and you can search around. I'll check something else.
All right. I guess I'll use my movement to go on to just sort of like, try and be nonchalantly admiring this holographic map, and just holding an action to try and take a snoop in whenever the door is opened.
You can say you hold your rest of your movement to go in and snoop.
Okay.
Up next is the guards. I want Zuza to make a perception check.
Okay. That's a dirty 20.
As you are kind of watching in the direction of this globe and what they're advertising, you notice the gold cloak who is very swiftly moving away, all of a sudden disappears. They turn into a sort of shimmering outline that you see only for a second because of the light. You are able to keep a track of them just because you were kind of watching that general direction. And you see the sort of outline very quickly moving into the markets.
Oh.
But as it goes out of sight, you suddenly lose it.
Is there a way to try and identify what kind of magic their emergency response uses?
Go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
Okay, not my strong suit, but
If they all have cloaks of invisibility, I swear to fucking God.
oh, that's a dirty 20.
As far as you can tell, they have some type of active camouflage that they are able to just enable. It is possible that they all are, in fact, wearing cloaks of invisibility.
God fucking damn.
Wonderful.
Lyra, make me a perception check.
You got it.
I'm definitely relaying that psychically.
Go ahead and roll
Fine.
with advantage.
Oh, okay. That's already pretty good roll, so let's
Come
see what that
on,
is.
nat 20. Come on, nat 20.
The dirty
Aw.
20. So 21 would be the higher.
Okay. A quick. As you are sitting around the corner, you notice an outlined figure exactly like the one that Zuza had described. When all of a sudden you see the shimmering light just fade away, and the gold cloak appears. Seemingly have made quite the distance. The other one is going to rush in, and based on your perception check, we're going to say that that's high enough that you can hear. You hear it call out a phrase that you don't necessarily understand in Githyanki to the Gith.
Ooh.
It calls out Istik, and it seems to rush in, and you can't see what's going on from this angle. But there is seemingly something going on in this room.
Interesting.
Very quick. Lyra, it is your turn.
Okay. I don't really think I'm helpful in really exploring rooms and stuff. Especially since that seems to be their two jobs. So
There are
Don't
ways for you
suppose you
to
have
explore
access to,
rooms.
like a familiar or something,
Yeah.
do you?
no, druid's not really familiar, but I can. Why not? Is there a slit in this door? This one here that I'm right in front of. Is there a slit in this door enough for something to crawl through like a spider?
There are various little vents and different access points.
Okay.
You imagine that there is probably a way to get in. Probably not through the front door, but that shouldn't be too much an issue if you're just kind of sneaking in through the side.
Yeah.
Actually, you do technically get Wild Companion as a druid. I did have a quick look because I did remember druids getting something similar to that. So you do have that technically.
Okay. I still think she is probably just wild shape it.
Yeah.
Use one of the charges since the guards are very much distracted right now. So I will go ahead and just wild shape into a little spider and try and find my way into that room.
Okay. As you make your way into this room, sneaking in through one of the vents, you end up underneath a very green room. And you notice that there are a lot of plants. It's a very lush little place. You can't really get too much of a look around, although it seems to be relatively well kept. You notice that there is a big pizza box sitting up on the counter, and some seemingly nice vases up on the top, but they're seemingly holding a bunch of different plants. You feel it's a very homey little place.
Okay. But nothing that seems to, include our informant in any way, shape, or form?
Roll me an investigation check.
Okay. Boop. 17.
17. Giving the room a look around, you're starting to piece the picture together that this might actually be Groba's room. And just by virtue of that,
boy.
you're probably pretty aware that Groba isn't going to be the informant, considering that he's working, and he doesn't seem to be someone who would work very well as a quadruple agent.
That would be pretty intense to be a quadruple agent. Okay, then I will probably just head out of the room. We don't want to steal anything from Groba. And
We can
start
say
to-
use like 5 feet of movement to do all
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so then, oh god, how much do tiny spiders have in movement?
If spiders can move 30 feet, I will be very, very impressed. Land speed record spider.
Tiny beasts can move 20 feet.
Okay,
So
pretty bad.
that's not bad, all things
15
considered.
feet, yeah.
Yeah.
So-
They just get a quick.
Likely the next closest room you'd have would be the one to the south.
And I'll action dash to 5, 10, 15, 20, so I'm very close to it, but that'll be.
And now Ashala, it is your turn.
Okay. I can get to the door with a dash action. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can get to the door at least. And I will definitely make use of the sleight of hand to open up this door.
Yeah, go ahead and make a roll.
Yeah. With advantage because I do have that check going right now.
Yes, you do.
Thanks to dearest Lyra.
20, not a problem. You immediately just kind of, whoop, and it just opens right up.
And voila, it's all yours.
Right.
Zuza, as you are holding your action to go ahead and take a look in, you are able to go ahead and explore now. You enter in and you see a room full of little arcane oddities. In particular, the one that stands out to you the most is a massive shield guardian standing in the back of the room, but it doesn't seem to be
Oh.
active.
Okay.
So while it may not be active, it may still at least be watching you.
I think I use this potential opportunity to accidentally let my glasses fall from my face and start reaching around for them. Well, I could have sworn this was my room. But I guess I don't really know what we're looking for in these rooms.
Valentine, give me a roll. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
All right, sure, I can do that. Dirty 23.
Okay, with a 23, you're not quite as familiar as the others. However, given that there's probably some form of sound of communication, you're relaying what you're seeing. You're given to believe that this may be Michael or Randall's room. So you're uncertain if there's anything that may be of value in here. Though, if you are interested, you can technically go through his stuff and see if you can find any signs of who he may be aligned to. We'll say that's part of the same check if you're interested in it. But you're just aware of that fact at the very least.
Oh, gosh, I mean, I think I have to try it. I'm too curious what his actual name might be.
Okay, so as you begin to snoop around, you don't seem to notice any type of paperwork. His room seems relatively well made, but he does have a set of various papers that are written in an arcane script of some kind, some type of cipher, and you're uncertain if you're able to discern it. You can try and see if you can determine what it says with an intelligence check.
All right. I mean, I think outside of even our party is all pretty equally intelligent-ish. Probably Ashala would be the smartest. But like, if it's possible to just take a look at that, I'll definitely give it my shot at least. I don't have high hopes with my brilliant +1 modifier. That's a 12.
A 12, you look at this and you are looking at the very most of what you can tell is that this isn't just a cipher in one language, this is a cipher in 3 separate languages.
Ooh.
And that is the only thing you're able to determine. You cannot read this whatsoever.
All right,
Look at you
well,
who knows so much.
I know very little, actually, I think was what I gleaned from that.
You know enough to know you don't know stuff. That's knowing a lot.
Oh, fuck you, Socrates. Look what you've done to us.
And I believe that is everybody's turn. I have no hiding any GM actions, do I guess the combat's going to be somewhat visible.
A serpent dagger? Damn. Sounds fancy as hell.
Devil. My apologies. Okay, so we've rolled a 16. That is not going to. In fact, there is a return.
Ooh.
And both of those.
Hey, Gold Cloaks, we need you to pull your weight here for the plan to work.
On the other hand, very easy to not get caught by security if they're all dead.
True.
Can't get caught by security if there is no security.
Okay, back to Valentine.
Yeah, I rolled bad. I got a 5.
Yes, you rolled a 5. You have the option of folding on the first pole.
I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna cheat.
Ooh.
I'm gonna try to swap out this card for one of the ones that Randall gave me.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand.
With advantage, which you do
That's
need.
So with advantage, that's a 26.
Okay, roll me 2d12.
You got it. I'll take the 10.
Yeah, so you're taking the 10. And you sort of like reach your hands down, you like ponder your card as you're looking at it. And you let out a sigh and you swap your hands over, putting your other hand on top of it as if you just like check it one more time just to make sure that you saw what you saw. And you actually take another card and place it on top, almost effortlessly hiding it.
Cool. And with that, I will bide my time. I'll see what the rest of the table does.
Randall is going to do nothing. Alexander is going to raise. Groba is gone.
Poor Groba.
We'll repay him later.
The masked woman is going to fold. Corva is going to raise even higher than Alexander. And Nova, seeing this, is going to begrudgingly match. It is back to you, Valentine.
Can I do an insight check on Corva real quick, since she just raised a lot?
Yes, go ahead.
That's a 10.
Let me just double check here. Corva. You can't quite tell exactly what Corva is thinking. And she seems to just be playing out this hand. That's as much as you can really get out of her.
She was pretty pissed before.
I will match.
Okay. Match. What? Randall is out. Alexander is going to match. Corva's gone. Masked woman's out. Corva is going to kind of see you and is going to raise by an additional 1. Nova is going to see that there's some type of bidding war going on here and is going to drop out. I'm not going to mess around with that. I know I see what's going on. And it is back to you.
All right, I have no basis about this, because
You can always check again.
You know what? I will. I'm gonna check out Corva again. That's an 8.
You have no idea what card she
I'm
has.
thinking that this is purely player's intuition. I think she's just pissed that she's losing and is trying to get everybody to fold. I personally think she's bluffing. So I will match her raise.
Okay. Go ahead. Match raise. They're out. Alexander is going to see this and is going to drop out here. Grova is gone. Out. Corva is seemingly not quite understanding what's going on here and is going to raise again.
What?
Nova is out. The cards are laid out. It is 10 and 8. So you have matching.
I do.
Ooh.
You do actually win over Corvus 12.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
And Corva is pissed.
I'm gonna be really mean and just give her a little wink now.
This girl drew pocket rockets and is upset that she lost.
Okay. We are going to go back to the pyramid base floor. I just need a quick little number check here because something very funny happened.
Uh-huh.
Hmm?
Something funny happened.
It is the turn of the knight. No one is necessarily here to see any of this. But the knight is going to move up and take a swing. and misses with both. Zuza, it is your turn. We'll say for the sake of things that you're kind of in the depths of the room. There is also the bathroom if you're interested in looking more, and you could also check out the construct. But otherwise, you don't know if you're going to get much more out of this room.
She said she was BRB like a bit ago, so.
Okay. So yeah, we'll move forward to Lyra.
Okay, I'm gonna do what I do. Oh, there they are. Okay.
Oh, welcome back.
Sorry.
Yes. You're not certain you're going to get much more out of the room, though you could check out the construct, or you could look even further into the room, maybe check out like his bathroom.
God, we've already had one bathroom related bit this episode. I don't want to risk this becoming the bathroom episode. But if possible, I would love to try and copy down as much of that cipher as possible before heading back out.
Okay, you do that. Lyra, you're up.
Yep.
Oh, and then let's just, after that, just make sure I'm not immediately in there.
Alright, I'm gonna sneak into this room here. Going through vents.
Okay, as you are going into that room, you are beholden to what seems to be an absolutely horrid sight, as there is another Githyanki
Jesus Christ!
who seems to have dragged a gold cloak into the room. And while you immediately take a look, go ahead and make an investigation check in the room.
Okay.
Yes, boss. Damn, bitch, you live like this?
Fuck.
14.
14. Taking a very, very cursory look through, you're kind of just a little bit taken aback by the whole scene. At the most, the number one thing that's on your mind right now is the fact that this Githyanki probably hacked this gold cloak to death. Given how skilled they are, you wouldn't be surprised if it was a concerted effort and they kind of just made a mistake and then they tried to cover it up by quickly ducking into this room, and they are kind of just holding this corpse here. They seem to be waiting patiently, facing towards the door. But you are up in the lights.
Oh, right. I forgot she was a spider.
This is obviously very scary, but
Is it
Let's
something
see.
you psychically relay?
yeah. So I would immediately psychically relay this, of course.
Are you able to speak as a spider? Or does that not inhibit you and your abilities? I don't believe it does.
I would say I truthfully have no idea. I would assume I could still think, since it's. I don't think we talk for this, for the psychic ability thing.
Yeah,
Well,
you
it's-
don't.
It's a wild shape, so your intelligence modifier wouldn't have changed anyway.
That's correct. So yes, we'll say for the sake of it,
Yeah.
you're able to communicate. Hey, there's a dead gold cloak and a
Yeah.
Githyanki is in here.
So I want to try as a little spider to crawl down and tap the door button. Open the door.
Go ahead and roll me a strength check.
Using the spider stats?
Yes, using the spider stats.
Okay.
Oh boy!
I don't know if you have that on hand.
I do. I have
Okay.
I had it pulled up. That's how I found the speed. It's a -4 modifier.
Oh boy.
Easiest 8 of my life.
Okay, as you sort of, what you see is that you see the keypad and you know that you can get the door open. You sort of swing back and forth, kind of building up momentum, and finally you release at the height of your drop, and you fall and you land, and you hit the keypad, and it actually isn't just enough force to get the button to activate, and the door whoosh, opens up.
No.
Am I still in spider, or did I take a damage?
We'll say because you landed and arachnids actually have fairly tough carapaces to survive falls, you will not change form, but they are likely suspicious about the fact that the door just swung open.
And there's a spider.
Oh, it's just a little spider.
So,
But it's not their turn yet.
Yeah, so after doing that, I'm going to try and crawl out of the door. And just, kind of move out a little bit and just whisper. Okay,
Go ahead and make a stealth check. Make a stealth check for me.
No problem.
Oh no.
Okay, this is a plus. Do I use the spider stealth? Sorry,
Yes.
I'm not familiar with wild shape. What is the spider stealth? +4. I think that's better
Okay.
than mine. So 1d20 plus 4. A 6.
A 6. You are not the smallest spider in the world. And seeing this black object kind of launch across the room, hit the button, and then start skittering out, he's not unsuspicious of you, but he is at least very much so, this stupid thing has let me be seen.
Spider.
And I open the door, it's gonna cause me an issue if I just let it run around, but I have to stay inside this room.
I think she's just gonna stand right in, or not stand obviously as a spider, but just kind of stay in the doorway, just so that way they can't close it again.
Ashala, it's your turn.
Okay.
If they want to squish me with the door button,
I'm pretty sure that would break the door when you turn back into a freaking 12-foot long woman.
I'm going to probably start making my way to Lyra, seeing as they're probably going to be needing to be dealt with, so we can investigate the room proper. I'll look to Zuza. Once you're done here, check the other room up down that way. I'm gonna go and help Lyra.
Okay.
Out of character. Down which way?
Down this way, because you did have a quick look in here, but not like a. I don't think it had
A full look.
A full look, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't really get to look at any of the seeming paperwork that was left behind.
All right. Oh yes, that one up there. Okay. Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gonna dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dash again. 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5. The door is here, right? Or is it here?
The door is in front of Lyra. It's either the two spaces there, so you could argue that it's on the keypad too. So you're kind of just you're just by the door. You see a spider start skittering out of the door, and you see whoosh, it just kind of opens up. And given that you heard Lyra, you probably imagine that this is the door.
Okay. I'm going to prepare my next turn to fight them.
Okay.
So I'm going to communicate to Lyra and Zuza. I'm going to go in a moment.
Oh. All right. Should we be prepared to call for help, or?
I believe we can take just this one, and there is the body of a gold cloak here. Perhaps they have a key card. We can get around this whole thing.
All right.
I believe this.
Okay. The other gold cloak sort of rushes up. I don't think anyone has an angle. Maybe Lyra, but Lyra's not necessarily looking that direction. So Lyra doesn't see any of the combat that is going off in this direction. The gold cloak is going to disappear to the room. Up next is one of the Githyanki warriors. We are going to move back to Valentine. Valentine, give me a roll.
That's a 7.
7.
Mm.
Okay. Oh, my sheet has gotten all messed up. Okay. What would you like to do?
I will come out the gates bluffing. I'm gonna raise out the gate.
Oh.
Okay. Just this real quick, so that way I don't have to worry about Groba anymore. You are going to see Randall is going to match you. Alexander is also going to match. Masked Woman is going to match. Corva is going to drop here. And Nova is also going to drop. It is back to your turn.
Cool. I wanna insight check on Alexander real quick.
Go ahead and insight check Alexander.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Like a hook.
And here he had this aura of lucky, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
You seem to kind of hone in on Alexander, and you're very, very locked in. You haven't necessarily found any of Alexander's tells yet, but you do see here that he is taking a few of his fingers while he has them kind of pressed up to his face around his mouth. He seems to be like kind of like tapping his beard just a little bit. In the very slightest. So it seems to be a tell of some kind. You can't tell of what in particular, but you haven't seen him necessarily do that yet. And so far, he's seemingly been drawing fairly good cards. You get the feeling this may not be his best hand at the most.
Okay.
On a nat 20, would it be possible to also notice if anyone else is like paying more attention to him than what might be reasonable, just to see like if someone's looking for signs or a tell for communication as well?
I would say that would be the 23, but only if Maris is interested in taking that look.
I mean, yes, but I don't want to be too metagamey just because I did specify I'm looking at him. So I was very much just trying to get a read.
In that case, if you're focused
yeah.
directly on him, then we'll say that that's that.
Yeah.
It is your round.
Yeah. What card was drawn just now?
Is a 7. So you have 2 7s.
Okay. No one else raised, right? I was the only one who raised.
They matched you,
Everyone
yes.
else matched? Cool. I'm gonna play it cool for now.
Okay. Next is Randall, who is going to play his hand. Alexander is going to keep playing his hand, though you see a sudden shift in his demeanor as he sees the card is drawn.
Positive, negative?
It seems in a very much so positive direction.
Okay.
The masked woman is also going to match. It is your turn. It is the final round.
And what is the last card?
Last card is a 6, so it's 7, 7, 6.
It's not the greatest hand. It's good to have a match though, but it's also not the highest match. Can I'm gonna raise one more time,
Okay.
and I'm going to, can I make like an intimidation check as I stare across the table very pointedly
At Alexander.
at Alexander?
Go ahead and make me an intimidation check with advantage.
My intimidation's not good, but we'll
With
see.
advantage.
We'll see what. Okay. A 19.
Hey!
Alexander looks up at you very quickly, sees that you're staring at him, looks down as Randall is going to match you. And then he's going to look up at you again and see that you're still just glaring in his general direction. And then is going to fold.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Bully him.
I'm gonna bully this man.
A masked woman is going to match. And the other two are out. Funnily enough, the three of you need to go ahead and draw a card.
Ooh, okay. Ah,
Randall wins this round.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
You can win this round.
He can win one.
Gotta make it not too
that
obvious.
is-
That's right. That's right.
It does make the both of you kind of the highest contenders, though.
Mm-hmm. If you and Randall are the last ones left, you're happy.
Exactly.
Back to here. Top of the round, it is the time of the night.
Oh. That's a lot of damage. Fuck.
Okay. That will
Anyone
end my
else
turn.
notice
Sousa, it
that
is your turn.
guard instantly die?
What are you
It
talking about?
happens.
I'm not witnessing this combat. I don't know what's happened in the slightest.
I know, I'm talking
It's your
out
turn,
of
Zuza.
character. That's why I'm not using a character voice. Anyhow. Alright. Okay, so...
Why do I feel like a man just died?
Look, it's nearing the end of the episode. That's when things get silly. Anywho, I'm going to... I guess I'm gonna try and investigate the suspiciously clean room from before. So let's see how far I can get to there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Don't really have too much else I can do from here, so let's just dash and try and get closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's pretty much all I can do.
That will be that, and now it is the turn of Lyra.
Okay. So, has this guy had like his initiative order go?
Oh, I completely forgot his turn. He
Okay.
basically just stepped forward, and went up to the door, and we're gonna say he went to go and squish you.
Okay. Hit me.
Let me check his.
It's a real high AC of 12.
Rolled a nat 20 to squish you with his boot.
Wow, what a waste.
Damn.
How much damage did he do to this poor 1 health spider?
He did 2 damage. So he walks up to you and he very strongly just crushes you under his boot. As you make a crunch sound and you immediately suddenly change from a tiny little spider into a 15-foot lamia that he is currently stepping on.
Squish him up into the ceiling rafters.
And he is going to very quickly under his breath go, Sherlock. Ashala being right next to him, you get you know that word. You know it translates to unforgivable. Like, God damn it. You can't believe you caught me.
Just telepathically try and convince him that his inner voice is saying to just take himself out with honor.
But yes, Lyra, it's you.
I think Ashala was holding their action for
It's not really a hold action.
Okay.
Because you
more
dashed
so-
to get here. Yeah.
Yeah, I did
Okay.
triple dash.
No worries. I just remember you saying something like that, so I wanted to not step on your toes.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
If possible, though, I would like to try and get into the room, though, so
Yeah.
we can deal with him quietly.
Yeah, you can say you can get into the room.
Yeah.
Can
Gonna
I
squeeze,
get
cut this
in the
corner.
room? I think given my situation, I'm kind of in a weird spot. So,
We're gonna say that because he crit you, you're grappled. You're under his foot, and you're
That's
kind of
fair.
restrained.
I'm restrained. Okay, well, we could do.
Well,
what
we'll call it
can.
grappled. We'll call it grappled because you're 15 feet long. You can move probably.
Yeah.
Just have half movement.
So I'm just gonna immediately enter like defense mode, and I'm gonna try and attack him with primal savagery. So it's gonna kind of she's gonna go in to try and bite this man with like some slight venom dripping off the teeths.
Okay, go ahead and roll for damage. Or roll to hit, please. My apologies.
Yeah.
Very far ahead of
mean-
myself.
A 16 to hit.
16. 16 will not hit.
That's okay. Wait, hold on. Can I think I technically missed the window to use this, but the cosmic omen thing that I have, I can add to my rolls. Whatever is about to make, so I missed that window, but
For the sake of it, because it's a new thing and I want
Yeah.
people to use their abilities, I'm going to allow it.
okay. I would be okay either way, so I'll roll a d6. We'll hope it's enough. Okay, yeah, 21 then.
Yes, you definitely hit.
All right, then I'm gonna roll 13 acid
Big
damage.
13 points of damage. You go ahead and take
a
a
little chomp.
fairly gnarly chomp out of his side. And he is not feeling great after that one.
I imagine he's probably damaged already.
Nope.
Right, that is my turn then. I'm grappled, so I
Ashala.
can't move.
Yes, Ashala, you are up.
Okay. Would I be able to get into the room?
Yes, you can get in the room.
Okay, cool. Because I'd like to basically just like kind of swing around and like get myself into the room to then get right up behind him and start making the stabby stabs.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Flanking with advantage, yeah?
Yes.
Hell yeah, let's go. Oh, did it not roll? Oh, there we go. Just took a moment. I'm glad I had an advantage!
Yes. That is a 25. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Let's go.
Give me that. So be for sadly not as big damage as I'd like, but 13 psychic.
13. Because it is psychic damage, he doesn't take. He has resistance to psychic damage.
Oof, that's unfortunate.
But you do wheel around him and give him a very, very nasty cut across. In his mental state, and it manifests as a physical cut across his body. His mind is started trying to process what just happened to it. And he sort of just falls over a little bit, but he's still holding on. He is very, very upset.
I think in this case, I will proceed to draw the rapier in my offhand to then attack him with that as my bonus action.
Okay.
Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Hold on. Rapier. With advantage again.
Okay.
I will take that 24.
Go ahead and roll for damage.
No sneak attack this time, so just straight up. We ignore, because it's my offhand weapon, we're ignoring the
Modifier,
dex
yes.
modifier, but that's fine. I rolled a 5.
As you sort of wheel and deal, you cut across him in the front, you sneak around and draw your rapier really, really fast before you can even react to it, and pierce him right through the back, not even turning around to face him. And as you just extract it, you kind of use your leg and just kind of kick him back. You fall on top of Lyra a little bit. Just kind of a little bit of a flashy movement unintentionally. But you turn around and he is gone.
Cool. Dragging him in.
Just
He is-
to be clear, I just had a dead body drop onto me.
Yes.
Very briefly. Okay.
Just very, very briefly.
Yeah.
Charlotte will come over and be like, "You alright, Starlight?"
Oh, my little spider self is a little worse for wear, but myself perfectly unharmed.
You hear
Yeah.
Zeus in your head. Oh, good heavens! Just get a room.
I mean, we're in a room. At least I am.
A really bloody room filled with two corpses.
After this, perhaps.
But the two of you are out of your turn currently.
Yeah.
Is back to the other warriors in the other room.
Oof.
It's not great looking.
No, I think the other ones are in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, they are going through it currently.
I hope at some point, like, one of them thinks to leave to sound an alarm or something.
I imagine they've been communicating with others,
Mm-hmm.
but, you know.
Valentine, go ahead and give me a roll.
Oh. Come on, high number. High number.
A 12, baby!
Let's
12.
go.
I can't stop winning.
Oh, wrong floor, I think.
Oops, yes, wrong floor.
Yeah, I haven't got here yet. Give it time.
I mean, if you want us to jump to it, that's fine.
How's everyone feeling? It is later than we normally go.
I'm good to keep going myself, but that's
Okay.
also down to everyone else.
I am good to keep going, but I also have things to attend to tonight later.
Okay, we're gonna see if we can try and pick up the pace a little bit. Go ahead and give me what you're doing. Given that you've rolled a 12 here.
I'm raising, baby.
Okay. You are going to see Randall drop here. Actually, that's not true. I apologize. He's going to match you. Alexander is going to raise one up from you.
Interesting.
The masked one is going to drop, and so are the other two. It's back to your turn.
I will match his raise. What is the other card that is drawn?
The first card drawn is an 11.
Cool. Cool.
Randall is going to see this and is going to match as well. And Alexander, seeing this, is going to raise just one more.
Insight check.
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
10.
He seems confident.
Cool.
It is a fun round for you.
Yeah, what? And the last card is?
Last card is a 6.
So an 11 and a 6.
Yes. So you do get one benefit, but you don't get too much of a benefit.
Yeah. I ain't no quitter. I'll match his raise.
Okay. Here Randall is going to drop, and Alexander is going to stay consistent here. And both of you need to roll.
I would like to follow in Alexander's cheating footsteps and see if I can draw 2 cards.
That was a quirk of the dealer, but we can say that.
Oh, I see. So it's
Yeah.
the dealer handing us the cards.
But you know what? Go ahead and roll me 2 regardless, because you are feeling a little bit lucky after having touched Alexander earlier.
Oh, okay. I got an 11.
Okay, you win the round.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
Let me just run through everyone else really quick.
How is Alexander looking, by the way, like on chips?
He is doing not terribly, but he is definitely losing significantly. He is doing
Okay.
about the second worst at the table.
What is the vibe at the table right now?
Generally, you are in the lead. Randall is close behind you.
Okay.
Alexander is not doing so hot, but he's still doing okay. He can very easily make a comeback. And Mass Woman and Corva are very, very similar. And Nova is very, very far behind. She didn't have much money when she came in.
Gotcha. Okay.
And now we go back to floor number 2.
Oh, there's some friends here.
Yes, the a group of gold cloaks have suddenly arrived.
Oh, good. I was so worried.
Yeah, that fucked.
I wonder if it would be a good idea to try and stage the bodies in your room to make it look like they had a mutual kill.
I think. I mean, we'll talk it out. And
Okay, up first is Zuza.
All right, well, other than listening to them flirt, which, with her freshly reawakened hunger, there's a pang of annoyed jealousy, but gonna keep on going here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Assuming this door is still open.
Yes, you can unlock the door.
Okay. And let's check out these papers with 5.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Okay. 11.
You see a very, very elegantly written set of pages. It seems to be describing a very, very old sailor's poem. And while it doesn't seem to have any interesting information on hand, you are a bit bemused by it, at the very least. That's about all you can see here. There's no other identifiable information here.
Alright, I'll, just in case, I'll try and, scribble down as much as I can of the poem in case there's another hidden cipher or something. And then let's use my last 2 movement to go 6, 7 back out, have that door close. And I guess the investigation check makes that my action, so I think that should be all.
Yes. Okay. Up next is Lyra. You are a little bit bloody, unfortunately.
Hmm.
oh yeah, I guess that would probably make me look a little weird. I think she'll just turn to Ashal and just say, I think it might be best for me to step out for a moment, given this might be a bit alarming. But... And she'll kind of go and check to see if there's a key card on the guard.
Going ahead and checking out this guard. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Okay. 16.
You notice that this guard isn't just any guard. This is another commander. This is likely the one who is supposed to swap off with the other commander. And they do, in fact, have a separate lockbox key.
Okay. So I'm just going to take that and say, I think this was one of their commanders. I imagine that this might have been how they were able to bypass the office. I think this might be enough to get you in, so...
Once
To get to the
heat died down.
service elevator, you can access it through this corner, actually.
Please, go do what you do so well.
Should give you a smile and... Oh, you. You can clean up. We'll talk later.
Of course, we can always communicate whenever you need, dear. And Lyra will use her movement to go to the bathroom now.
Yeah.
So that way that cover is correct.
The prophecy, it's fulfilled.
Prophecy, it's true. Ashala, it is your turn.
Just having a quick thing, because I don't think we've actually, like, other than, like, checked the guard, I don't think we've actually checked, like, what else is in the room? I don't think, have we?
Go ahead and make me an investigation check if you'd like.
Just before I leave. Investigation check. We're all good. 19.
19. Taking a look at this room, you realize, interestingly, that this gold cloak was not the first murder that occurred in this room. As the blood that's on the floor and in the sink has already dried to some degree. So it seems like someone was murdered. The gold cloak was shoved into this room, murdered, and then the Githyanki was murdered.
The circle of life.
Okay. And whose room was this supposed to be? Because, like, we would kind of point out that these rooms were meant to be the players, right?
Yes, given that you can't really tell whose room this is in particular, you can't imagine whose room this would be. You're caught between it potentially being the masked woman's room. It could potentially be Alexander's room. It could be Nova's room, or it could be Corva's room. Given your investigation, you couldn't really get too much of a tell off of the others, at the very least, especially since you didn't really necessarily know any of them. So you're not necessarily certain, but you are able to relate to the others.
Okay.
I just like
So-
to, just out of a character, I just like to imagine Valentine just hearing this, like, all of this, problems going on.
There are
She's just
corpses
sitting
in
there
this
raking it
room,
in.
and
A body has been discovered.
Okay. I'm going to relay that the commander's body isn't the first one to get killed in here. Someone's playing as one of the players. And I'll also clue in Valentine in on this, since this does involve her too, technically. And when it came to the strongbox keys, did I only need one, or do I need as many as possible?
what you have is a singular key. It is to access a very specific lockbox that has more valuables than the rest of them.
Okay, so I'm gonna need more than just this.
You're only looking for one item in particular. So as far as you're aware, you have everything you need. You just need to get to that location.
So, but this only opens up one lockbox, right?
Yes, it opens up the lockbox. That is important.
Oh, so specifically that one.
Yes,
The one
all the other lockboxes are for either clients who are storing their monetary exchanges or for storing additional money. That is all kept in-house, but the actual, like, the big important room that has essentially Finia's vault is on these guards, and it gets passed around. Finia wouldn't keep it on her person. So if she's ever compromised, she wouldn't lose out on her loot, and her guards can go and get rid of everything.
Okay.
Clever.
It's curious that they didn't realize that she had the key, though. Unless
They likely knew she didn't have the key to some degree,
Oh,
which
no,
is
I
why
meant
they.
I meant the commander. Like, I would have thought they would have thought, oh, this is what we need, and then proceeded to move onwards.
They likely were on the move, and that's probably when they got apprehended here during the swap here. That's at least as much as you can tell, given the evidence. Though you're surprised that anyone could handle a gold cloak and bring them across a fairly open space. This must have been a very, very quick maneuver, very, very well timed.
Okay. In that case, if there's nothing else to glean, I think I got what I need. And seeing everyone's dealt up above, I can move in towards the elevator.
Okay, you are able to head into the elevator, so your future turns are going to take place on the other floors. For the other two of you, you can keep looking for evidence, though it's going to be a little bit harder to get into any rooms you imagine going forward. As
The upper room's a little watched.
Yeah, in fact, as you are getting ready to possibly move in any direction, Susie, you hear the elevator ding once again, and another set of gold cloaks are moving in.
Number of guards. Okay.
We're going to call the combat in the corner here resolved to some degree, so don't worry about that too much. Back to Valentine.
Yeah.
So that implies an existence of a third.
Ooh, we're cheating this round.
Okay, you draw a 1.
I am. Do I want to cheat right out of the gate, or should I play it cool the first round?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with you, like, just outright passing on a really particularly bad hand, because then that makes your like your gameplay seem like more legitimate. Because if you keep winning consistent rounds,
So folding this round.
yeah.
I'm going to. You know what? I'm going to bide my time this first round.
You're gonna keep it patient?
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna see Randall kind of like shoot you a glance that only you seem to really pick up on. Like, what are you doing? Because he clearly knows what cards you have exactly. And is going to raise. Alexander is going to match. The Masked Woman is going to match as well. So is Corva. And Nova is going to match as well. It's back to you. It is a
Cool.
full game.
Yeah, now is the time that I will fold. I have 0 stakes in this hand.
You're going to fold. Okay. So that will be the end of it. Alexander wins at the very end. As soon as you fold, Randall is also going to fold as well. And Alexander wins handily with a 12, and as an 11 is drawn, he is unchallenged, essentially.
Gotcha.
He does make a tidy sum, given that the other two are very, very involved.
So I got the little psychic message that someone at the table is not who they appear to be, right?
You are uncertain, but as far as you've been told, yes, someone at the table is not who they appear to be.
Okay.
Yeah, or rather, the message is someone's been killed in one of the players' rooms. There could be an imposter among us.
Oh, God.
Said the thing.
A moment.
Alright. That's it. Pack it up, everyone. That's a wrap.
Yeah, good
It's a
night.
serious wrap.
I completely messed up. I'm so sorry. I'm working so fast to try and get these exchanges down. So much money passing around here.
Alright.
I
Okay.
think, would it be cool with this information, or if I need to wait on my turn, let me know. But I just want to do, like, a quick, we can call it, insight or investigation or like whatever, but can I just take a quick glance across the table? Because I now know 4 out of the 5 other players. I don't know anything about the masked woman, but knowing what I know about everybody at the table, can I take a quick look around to see if anyone looks off?
Yes, and we'll say that because you folded on the second round, you have 2 turns to investigate people, and you get to kind of just patiently kind of watch.
Cool. So 2 investigation rolls then?
Yes.
Okay. It's a 14, 2 14s. How about that?
You're taking a look around. Only person you're really able to read anything on, well, 2 people you're actually able to read anything on, is Alexander, who seems to still be somewhat nervous, though at the moment, in his current hand, he is very, very confident as he pulls a 12. But he does seem to have something else on his mind, and that seems to be evident from the start. Corva similarly is nervous, and she's not necessarily wearing the best of clothing. She never was one to dress extremely well, considering that she's something of a poor individual. But you're curious about the fact that she has a good amount of tokens, primarily. And she's not wearing her outfit that you've seen her wearing previously. It's a different set of gear.
You could ask her about that.
If you choose to do anything with information, you can on the end of the round.
I don't think there's a subtle way for me to get my message across. Excuse me. But I am intrigued by, knowing what I know now, I'm intrigued by this masked woman. Just since I know nothing about her, and the fact that she's wearing a mask is kind of sus. I think I want to try to subtly motion in her direction in a way that Randall can understand.
Okay. Yeah, you can kind of do that and kind of gesture in that direction. Randall is kind of acknowledges and gives you like the yes, and is now seemingly hard focused on giving you any information he can regarding the masked woman.
Oh, cool.
Up next is Zuza. What are you going to be doing?
Just to check quickly. Are we going to be going for much longer?
We probably won't have your section be too much longer.
Alright. I just need to make sure, since there's something I need to be doing too.
Okay.
We can say we can finish this round and call it from there, if that
Okay.
works.
I'm sorry to
That's fine.
impose.
I mean, to be fair, we got a lot done.
Mm.
Like, we can consider this like part 1 of 2, perhaps. 'cause
Yeah,
to
that'd be
fair,
fine.
I can't imagine there is like too much more that needs to be done.
No, not particularly.
Alright.
In that case, we can wrap it up here. At the end of this round.
Alright. As for what I can do in the moment, there's a lot of guards that are moving through here.
Yes, guards have started moving very, very quickly around.
Yeah, I don't see... Oh, thank God, Rope is okay. I don't see a ton of ways that I could get my way into one of the other rooms to continue searching, so I think I'll just try to notate as best as possible what these different rooms or who they might belong to, since that will hopefully give us the answer of who the imposter is impersonating.
I'm just going to throw a hint out there since I imagine this may have been a very, very minor thing. But given the characters that you are interacting with and the very, very well-written script that you found in the room, it is very, very unlikely that either Corva or Nova are either of the individuals who would have written that poem. And as you know, Alexander is someone who likes to talk about what he does, and not someone who necessarily writes about it. So you imagine that that room is likely the room of the masked woman. By
one
process
that
of elimination.
the fight was in?
No, the one in the
The game table.
That you were just looking.
yes, the one that you were looking
Okay,
in with the
okay.
poem. Yes, the one that you are next to currently.
All right.
This you're
so-
able to determine with everyone else.
All right, so yes, we can eliminate Masked Woman, Corva, Nova, and hopefully our mystery man of many names. And Gruba, because I refuse to believe in a world where Ollie would willingly kill him.
I can't be a quadruple agent.
Lyra, it is your turn. You are in the bathroom washing up.
Yeah, I would say she's got blood on her, so I imagine if you would allow me to do something else.
I could say you can just speed through actions. It's kind of moving into a bit of free action currently.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
I think Lyra would then go to head back down to Valentine to just sort of like keep up appearances now that her part of this is seemingly finished.
Okay. And that brings us to Ashala. Everyone is going to end up on the proper floors. Ashala, as you're in the elevator, would you like to do anything on your way up into the security field?
Having actually gone to properly look at the... Oh, actually, before leaving, actually, I think it probably might help me here with the disguise. I'd actually like to take the helmet of the commanders if it's not too, like, battered and bloodied.
We can say that you do that as part of your... when you pull up the hood of the glamour cloak, it actually will form that for you.
Oh, that's fine then. And
So that way you don't
in
have to
that
worry about that in
case-
particular.
Yeah.
So
in that
you
case,
are...
on the way up, I'm going to glamour the armor to look like that of the commanders.
Got it. Okay. So you enter into this sort of locked room. There is a big vault door, and there are two locked doors on the other side. You do have the outfit of the commander, and you notice that one of the cameras is blinking red currently as you sort of enter up through the service elevator.
Okay, so I get the feeling that that's probably like recording right now.
Yes, it's currently active.
Okay.
But you have your choice between either one of these three rooms to try and get open.
Okay. I think it would be smart to I'm going to like I want to say because that's like the big security door, right?
This is the door to get into the main security rooms where there are the elevator that would bring you here normally. But you had no reason to take the elevator directly into here because that would be incredibly suspicious. Right now you're disguised during a time of panic, and they are currently watching. One of the camera is seemingly watching this room. So you may have the advantage here currently, given that the guards likely have a good grasp on what's going on in the corner room, but they are not
They're
aware.
probably monitoring that more heavily at the minute.
Yes, So you might have the advantage of being able to do whatever you need to do here, but you don't know what's behind either of these two doors. Do you know that the two places that you're interested in would be either this room or the security room, which most certainly has people in it?
And I don't want to really go in there by myself, I'm assuming.
No.
Ideally.
Well, you could.
Seeing as like there's probably a lot more panic and stuff going up the stairs, I'm going to assume that I have a little bit of time to get around and like basically ignored. So I'm going to try this door right quick.
Okay, you go ahead and walk up to this door. There is no lock on this door because it is already behind a massive security gate. You open this up and you are in a sort of training hall of some kind. You notice that there are a lot of simulated weapons, but there are also some arms that are sort of locked inside the box, so it's sort of putting up a hologram of the weapon that's presented here. So you have a bit of an idea of the weapons that are here. You've got some type of heavy pistol, an alternative kind of pistol, a rifle of some kind, a shotgun. You see a set of dueling pistols, and a set of laser pistols.
Nice.
You don't necessarily see anything too useful, and you don't imagine it would be necessarily super useful to have gone and obtained anything here. You still have the rest of your movement.
Okay. I'm going to... let's see, 1,
You still
2,
have like
3,
15 feet,
1.
just base.
Yeah, I can probably like dash to this one just to see what's in this one right quick.
You go ahead and open up this door. And you see a singular gold cloak is sitting in what appears to be an armory and is tinkering with a bunch of different weaponry. If you are looking for a weapon, this will be a great place to get one. But as soon as you see this other gold cloak, they immediately stand at attention and cross their arm across their chest as sort of like giving you a bit of a salute.
I will... can I do... I don't know anything about the gold cloaks, right?
Not particularly too much. You just know that they're very, very, very by the book, as is all you really know off the top of hand. You didn't really go around here when you were younger.
Yeah. So I wouldn't really know, let's say, the correct salute to give back to her. Like, I wouldn't like in the moment know to salute the same way back. Or...
They are just currently just standing at attention, just kind of like having done their salute. They're just waiting for any possible direction or just kind of just hanging around.
After entering the room, of course I would salute back, but then I'd like, I kind of like nudge her toward like her work quietly.
She immediately gives a nod and then immediately begins to keep tinkering. It seems like give like a glance, like oh, there's not like anything you need me to do. Like I know we just had something going on, but we're good. And it's just like kind of just like shakes it off and just gets back to work.
Yeah, no. I will silently give I'll give them like the cross sign, like say no, as I cross my head and kind of proceed into the room to look around properly, just to see if there's anything else.
As far as all these weapons rack, you have all sorts of different rifles. These are high-grade military rifles. These are the types of things that you would see the Federation using when they are in a full-scale ground war. If Fania is getting ready to fight someone, she's getting ready to absolutely obliterate them. There are plenty of missiles. There are rifles that are comparable to the one that Valentine uses. All sorts of different pistols, grenades, body armor, all sorts of different weapons. There's even a rocket launcher that's being printed on a 3D printer. And seemingly a minigun being built on this bench, but it seems that it's not necessarily anyone's project currently, and that whoever was working on it is likely out somewhere else.
Okay. In that case, so there's a lot of guns in here, right?
Yes, there are also, there's another workbench in the center, 2 workbenches in particular. This one has a 3D printer attached to it, so it can kind of self-replicate if you want it to kind of do something on its own. And there are 2 constructs that are just kind of waiting, security bots, as far as you can tell.
So like, are they like in standby mode or?
They are currently turned off, but if they needed to be turned on, you could activate them.
Gotcha. It's probably safer to neutralize her, not kill her, but or him.
Either or.
Yeah. So I think what we could do, because I am curious actually getting one of the weapons. Actually, I'm just wondering if there's actually any I can actually use.
Okay.
I'm good with simple weapons: hand crossbow, light longsword, rapier, short sword. No, I probably won't be able to use any of these. I'd have to learn how to
You
use.
might not be able to, but
You might not be familiar with the military grade rifles. You may have shot a pistol before, but you wouldn't consider yourself experienced with it.
That's fair.
And yes,
know
you
what?
may not be able to use it.
You know, she's distracted right now, right?
Yes, they are currently very, very focused.
Okay, I'm gonna do a funny, and I'm going to take like some of this. I'm assuming like when it comes to the pockets of sharing, right?
That's for gold specifically.
Oh, for gold specifically. Fuck. Okay, not quite then. I was like, I've been a genius.
Just
if I
a
did
sudden rifle barrel starts appearing in Valentine's pocket. I don't know what's going on in the other floors, but
I
Oh
swear,
my
I'm
God.
just happy to see you.
all right, you know, I'll get one for the road for Valentine. Out of all of these, which one do I think would look the most impressive?
most of them are fairly similar, at least on the wall rack. The ones that are in here are definitely lighter size machine guns. These are more rifles, which Valentine might be a little bit more familiar with. They're all laser weapons, at least. Some of these pistols in here might be physical ammo, but you need to open up the case. And these are shotguns off in the distance here, next to the rocket launcher, whatever's being worked on the bench, and in the far corner the minigun.
You know, I'll get a souvenir and get Valentine a laser rifle.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
And I don't know how much more movement you have.
Let me just quickly just add a sheet laser rifle. There we go. And I got around about there before I dashed again, so I probably at this point would have used up my movement. So I think we can probably finish it there for now.
Okay. Going to say that at this point we have Zuza and Lyra return to the top floor in the elevator.
All right.
And do we want to stop here, or are we free to kind of keep going? We do have not so much left of the heist.
I really
think that's a
should
good
tap
stopping
out,
point.
I'm afraid.
Okay.
That's okay.
We can save it for another time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you all had an absolutely amazing time. Definitely one of our longer games that we've had. Let's see who is around.
Yulia's streaming.
Yulia is streaming. Yulia is doing a subathon. So if you're able to help out Yulia actually had a I think like a
Pipe
pipe
explode.
burst. Yeah, a pipe burst, and now the castle is flooding. So if you can help Yulia out, that would be greatly appreciated. Renite ET. As always, thank you all so much for coming. We will see you all on our next adventure in 2 weeks. Farewell for now. Bye bye.
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 And we are.